There we go. Oh, sorry. I'm setting everything up. I just got done. It's been a whirlwind last like hour or so because I've been putting. I woke up from a brief nap and then I immediately had to make dinner. So I was making a teriyaki pork stir fry, and then I had to walk dog, and then I had to put on like a little bit of light makeup because I got sunburnt on a run today, which you can't really. Hopefully you can't tell that badly. But yeah, I went on a run today and I got sunburnt. ARR, thank you very much. I don't know about stunning, but I appreciate it. And then I am just gonna look up my streaming topics. Thank you very much, Jennifer N. Yeah, the burn will go down in a day or two. That, you know, it happens. It was, of course, the one day I don't put on, like, always put on, yeah, like, you can tell when it adjusts a little bit more to the lighting in the room. Always put on sunscreen. I'm so mad at myself. Because I was like, oh, it's just going to be a quick run. Like, I ended up taking a bit longer of a time because I haven't gone on a run in a couple days. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's on me. But on the upside, I've got Kenny Loggins' Danger Zone stuck in my head, so it's not all bad. Oh no! Man. Alright, let me... Sorry, I'm looking something up real quick. I wanted to start the stream off on a happy note, and there was a perfect video. Okay, perfect. I found it. There we go. Did I see the Macklemore video? I did. I shared it. My tweet went, and it didn't go viral, but it got like 1,500 likes on Macklemore, so. Let me make sure I've got my headphones working well. I've got my, on the toy desk, toy watch today, we've got my little Altered Beast Wolfman figure that I picked up for a tenner from Walmart. I really like this figure, except two things. One, it's in a 4-inch scale, which is like nothing. No other toy lines. It's usually either 6-inch or 375. But I guess like that kind of works for a 375 because it, like, Altered Beast is supposed to be a little bit big. But all the other characters are still in that 4-inch scale, so it's just very odd. I can't really put him next to anybody else. Two other things. His head just pops off, just randomly. They did not put enough give in the back, or maybe the head is too gummy. But otherwise, this is a really nice little, little werewolf boy, a little wolf man. Anyway, so that's what I will be stimming with today. I have my, let's see, I have everything I need. I have my tea. I have my candle lit. Wise from your grave. Oh my goodness, Juliana starting off the stream strong. No, that's not what it's supposed to be. Perfect. No, let me make sure my mic. My mic didn't come through differently, did it? Okay. Sorry, I need to make sure I have my mic hooked up properly. Yes, okay. I do not have a fursona at this point. No, we will get, don't worry, Lane, we will get to Walsh. But Juliana, thank you very much for gifting tier 1 subbies to Jake Runner, Random Sniper, Earn Brew Milk, Dregus6, and Hexdrone7624. Also, Scummy Slums, thank you for following, and Cupcake Chaos, thank you for following. Thank you for keeping my lights on, my bills paid, me in relative financial security. Mr. Oakby, thank you for 1,000 biddies. Yes, we will be talking to Jennifer N. If you want to draw me, I give anybody free permission. I mean, within reason. Like, don't make like weird, like, don't make explicitly nude stuff of me. But otherwise, I give you complete permission to make fan art of me. Go for it. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Tara Billie Jean, for gifting a sub to Rain Dog. Malir Blackspear, thank you for resubbing for 3 months. Hey, hope everyone is well. Thank you, Malir. Enzo Librarian, is there a fresh batch of Matt's cringy whining? Yes. I thought you said Matt's cringy whinging for alliteration, but you did not. No, Persephone Paturia. Yeah, nothing, Mr. Oakby, thank you for that term. Nothing goonerific, let's say. Yeah, but otherwise, feel free to, I always welcome, I currently keep, it doesn't matter how bad you might think it is, I have a folder on my phone that is just filling up with fan art. Spaceboy Digital, go for it. Like, go for it. Like, I keep every piece of fan art people make for me. I love it. I also, like, if you're worried, like, oh, well, nobody's going to see it, I share it with at least 4 different people. Like, I share it with my 2 partners, and then right now I've been sharing it with, like, whoever I'm kind of, but not really dating. Did I play Hi-Fi Rush? I did. Yeah, I have, so after we get done with the Matt Walsh thing, because I've got a couple ideas I want to do for streams, and I wanted to do a after the terrible news about Tango Gameworks, which is one of my favorite developers. I am beyond livid. Yeah, Tango. I actually have. Yeah, I bought specifically. I guess my PS5. PS4 copy. I have a non-opened, like still fresh in packaging copy of The Evil Within, and I bought this a couple years ago because The Evil Within was my first game I ever reviewed professionally. And let's actually... No! Sorry, I just saw my Kermit the Frog fall off the top of my shelf. I'll be right back. Took one of my Gigans down with him. No, Lane Kaplan, you're thinking of Shadows of the Damned. Kermie. I hope he didn't commit Kermit suicide. You hope he didn't Kermit suicide. Very funny. Jenny Body, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Frightman Twitch, and Mad Watch It. Thank you very much for watching. So yeah, oh yeah, I was gonna go into really quick. We're gonna take a little detour. So not only was Evil Within my first was not my first horror survival game, but it was my first horror game that I reviewed. It was my first game I reviewed professionally. And then 4 years later, or I guess, was it 3 years? Yeah, it would have been 3 years later for Rely on Horror. I had just joined Rely on Horror in 2017 after a 4-month stint at Game Informer, where I worked as an intern. And Rely on Horror needed somebody because they had gotten a all expenses paid review trip for QuakeCon 2017, where the person would go down to QuakeCon. Bethesda lined everything up and paid for it all. And we were going to look at... I went to look at Evil Within 2 and Wolfenstein The New Order. And I think I did I was signed up for the Dishonored demo, but we didn't write about it on the website because it wasn't like horror-y enough. But yeah, and then when that review came around, naturally it went to me because I had gone there, and I went, and when I was there, Evil Within 2, you're just telling a little backstory about my time gaming. Damn, okay, they don't have me on there. There we go. When I got to go to Evil Within 2, to see Evil Within 2, I also got signed up for a roundtable interview with Shinji Mikami, John Johannes, who is the director of the Evil Within DLCs and Evil Within 2, and Trent Haga, who I had actually spoken to them. This is my one very dumb, funny story. I ran into Shinji Mikami so like when you first got there was like a press mixer type thing on the first night of QuakeCon. And so it was just like all developers and then press. And they had like free drinks and everything. And so, or it wasn't, I think it was like your first drinks free or whatever. And so I ran into Andrew Reiner, who used to work, he was the EC at Game Informer. And he was talking to, I did not recognize him at the time, but he introduced me to, God, I forgot. Who's the director of... Yes, Zeku. I'm getting to that in a second. Yes, I did meet Shinji Mikami. Hugo Martin. He introduced me to Hugo Martin because Hugo was just standing there and I was already a drink deep, and Andrew's like, oh yeah, this is Hugo Martin. He directed Doom. And I was like, oh, good job. And then I was just kind of wandering around because other than Andrew, I didn't really know any of the other press or anybody there. And so I was just enjoying my drink, and I go out onto it was in like a big ballroom. It was in the Gaylord Texan. And there was a little kind of like smoking balcony area-ish off to the side, and I went over there, and there's a Japanese guy talking with another Japanese guy, and I'm like, wait a minute, because I just hear Japanese being spoken, and I'm like, there aren't that many, like, I don't think there's that many Japanese developers here. And so I go out there, and it's Shinji Mikami, and he's talking with who I would later know as his translator. And his translator looks at me because I was wearing a Darkstalker shirt, which is like one of my few shirts that I bring out for cons because it's this really great design Capcom had for like one. They only had it for a little bit, and I wish I would have gotten another one because mine one doesn't really fit anymore. but it fit me at the time, and the translator looked at me. I was like, oh, that's such a cool shirt. And Shinji, says in Japanese, like, oh, what'd you say? Or something to that effect. And he explains to Shinji something, and I hear the words vampire savior. And Shinji goes, oh, yeah. Yeah, and I didn't want to like bother him or anything. But yeah, if you want a quick rundown or a quick look at this, I did end up asking him, because this is all from the roundtable interview that I did, and I had to write this up. Like, I wrote up so many articles in like a 2-day span, because I would do a demo and then go back to my hotel room and then just pump out 1,000 words, 1,200 words. And this is still one of my favorite articles, meeting John Johannes, who is just like the nicest dude in the world, honestly. Yeah. It fucking sucks what happened to Tango. Like, those were people who, like, literally everything they made was at least good and was interesting. It was different. And it pisses me off so much. Anyway, we'll talk about all that later. But, yeah, and I did get to ask Shinji if we needed more dinosaur-themed horror games. And that was fun. That actually got him. He seemed very tired, understandably, like doing press and, doing the whole world tour industry, because there were still E3 and shit at that time, so I'm sure he had made all those rounds. But when I asked him about if we need more dinosaur horror games, he got a good chuckle out of that. So that's my claim to fame with Shinji Mikami. Yeah. And so that is, like, if I seem genuinely pissed off about, like, I am mad about Arcane too, because Dishonored is also a very important game to me. Like, that highly influenced the design of my own game. Like, the first Dishonored and the second Dishonored, but the first one more than anything was a huge inspiration on the game that I made. And yeah, it's just deeply, deeply distressing and deeply disappointing. I hate it so much. So we'll go through, and we might end up playing some tonight and then some later, but we will do just a little Tango Gameworks celebration, because I only have Game Pass until the 15th, because I canceled that shit. It's like, I've sworn on Game Pass. I've advertised Game Pass. I've been like one of Game Pass's biggest defenders for years now, because when I was poor as shit, when I got let go of my office job, and I could not buy any new games for like 2 years. Like, I just didn't buy new games. Game Pass, spending like, at the time it was like $14 or however dollars a month, was the only way I was really able to stay connected to modern games. I couldn't play all the new games, but I was still getting some new games. I was still getting some things I hadn't played before, things I wouldn't have been able to play otherwise. And so for that, I was, for a really long time, a big, like, promoter. Like, an evangelist of Game Pass. Like, oh my gosh, it's such a great deal. But, like, fuck that, man. Oh, my necklace is my little bird skull, and my game, is we've watched the trailer for it before, but if you want to go check it out, it is To Dawn and Back on itch.io. Banana Brains, I've played all the Gears of War games. I've played all the Gears of War games. Yeah, well, and Dupeface and I did. Like, I was playing, like, most of the games that I play on Xbox, because I was starting I wasn't starting over, but like I hadn't been in that ecosystem, so I didn't have a big library built up. And it was just, yeah. Endo Librarian, I just found out what happened to Tango and Arcane. What the fuck, Microsoft? Yeah, yeah. It's, yeah. But yeah, if you guys want to go check out my game, here it is. This is what it looks like. I've showed it off. I'm pretty sure I've showed it off on stream before. Just a janky little horror punk thing. Kick-ass, amazing, amazing, amazing soundtrack by Avith Ortega, who I need to... I believe Avith is down in Brazil, I think? Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. I basically used... because he has a bunch of stuff, but these tracks, Impotence, are... God, I know them all by, like, name, because I've... Like, this was the soundtrack for my game, just this album, because I personally talked to him. I asked him, like, hey, can I use this as the soundtrack, just this album? Like, it has all the stuff I need. Oh, I never got to use Suicidal Hike. That was one I wanted to use. There's one that was my world, the overworld track. This is the one. Like, this is the overworld track that plays all the time. So I like, because when you're playtesting a game, right, you hear the overworld track constantly. So and it's not that you're hearing. Oh, this is another good one. Damn. Yeah, hell of it. Like the game, the soundtrack really made my entire game. Where's the other one? That's a good one. Sorry, now I gotta find it, everybody. Is it Languishment? No, Bethesda didn't shut down. They shut down Arcane. And they shut down Arcane Texas. And the other one. Was it Insanity? It might be Insanity. No. Damn it. Banger. Using the Matt Walsh plush as a fleshlight. Please don't. Please don't. Indiots, I tried to get into coding so many times because I'm good with the logic, but I just can't learn languages. I used Smile Game Builder, which is a kind of like RPG Maker knockoff that allows you to work a little bit in 3D. And part of the reason why my game is so janky is that I didn't code at all. But I did kind of like break the engine a little bit in ways it wasn't intended to be used, but whatever. Oh, damn, I totally missed it. Datura Dude, thank you very much for tipping $20. Holy crap, thank you so much. But really quick, I wanted to open with, now that we've got everybody kind of here, I want to open with something that I think we can all agree is very funny. And that is Marjorie Taylor Greene getting booed on the House floor today. After initiates a motion to vacate Speaker Johnson. Initiating a motion.
Seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. Declaring the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives to be vacant.
Very good.
This is the uniparty for the American people watching.
Gentlelady will suspend. Order. Order.
It's very good. Very good stuff. Oh, congratulations. Also, I have this song. I don't remember what it was, but somebody sent it to me and was like, hey, you should look at this on stream. So I want to see what it is really quick. Clan Karen Hood is very good. Oh, yeah. Biden sing-along parody. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, we're gonna... I'm gonna pause that. We'll be right back to that. I'm gonna get my dog her bone that she very clearly wants. Oh boy, here we go. This is gonna be... Okay, let's get this over with.
Please shove it, don't want no more of it.
This seems like... This can't be real. Like, this seems like a elaborate prank to make right-wingers look bad and dumb. Like everything about it, from the like Facebook ass memes to the AI bullshit to the terrible stream, the audio quality, like this doesn't feel real. We got to finish it. Really big hit with the sellers at CPAC. Like the people who were in the vendor hall. This would have been a banger for them. Not even joking. This is not real. It can't be. It can't be. They aren't genuine. Like, there's no way that they would genuinely write a song talking about how cool and hot they are and how girls, they'll go to a local saloon and girls will think they're so sexy because they are wearing a giant 10-gallon MAGA hat. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it.
I dislike it, please shove it.
One more
don't
time,
want
everybody.
no more of it. Joe lies so hard, he can't rise above it. Don't know what he's selling, but
Doesn't even
it
rhyme.
ain't worth spit.
It ain't worth
I
spit.
dislike
Doesn't
it,
even fucking
please
rhyme.
shove it. Don't want no more of it.
Christine, oh, good God. Brand new parody channel that produces political and cultural country music videos. We make fun of both sides of the aisle, whether left or right. Enjoy. That is... They do really like that one. Wow, they've only been going for that long, huh? I don't. All right, time to go on to Matt Walsh, everybody. Are y'all warmed up? Are we having fun yet? Are we having a good time? I'm having a great time. See, now I have the original song stuck in my head. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Oh no, I don't need to do that. I'm gonna go to YouTube. But I like it. I love it. I want some more. By the little girl, I do want to watch the most rare Lego minifigures in my collection. That does sound like content I'd be interested in. Kermit Thorson, let my hair grow out after this? No. Why? Why let my hair grow out? I'm going to a premiere in LA at the end of June, and I'm gonna be getting my hair trimmed and my roots done up and everything for that. I know. I thought it looked. I like my hair like this.
The dangerous right-wing
Oh,
conspiracy.
shut the fuck up, dickhead. Persephone Patria. Mia? Oh, is Mia Moore having her premiere at the end of June? Matt Walsh can't sing. Unfortunately. I mean, he can't do a lot of things. He can't do most things he criticizes others doing. Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. I was like, oh damn, if I'm there when Mia is having her premiere, I guess like I'll try and stop by. If I'm invited, that would be cool. But no, it is not Mia's premiere. But no, I need to get a good
the governor of Maine has
outfit. I need to
announced a plan to get more women involved in the construction.
God, I hate him. And I need to do time for everyone's least favorite Muppet. Let us go and see. Okay. Oh. First 17 minutes. White men deserve gratitude, not demonization. What the hell is his show? Like look, I have to like go and reach a little bit sometimes to find stuff to talk about, but when your topics are study shows reading for fun sharply declines by age 9, and you talk about that for 10 minutes, you talk about a story of zoogoers getting upset after discovering panda exhibit was painted dogs, like, what? Would Matt be a good or horrible sub? I don't think he has like that. I don't think he like processes sex like everybody else. Actual audio of Matt Walsh singing, not to my knowledge, Enzo. Thank you for the 100 biddies, by the way. But let's find out why white people aren't given get no respect.
Industry. This is, of course, part of a nationwide plan to chase men, especially white men, out of every occupation and field. And this is the thanks that white men get for building civilization. Also, the governor...
already off to a banger start. So I want to jump in here because I'm willing to bet I kind of know Matt's arguments already, where he's probably going to completely skip over the fact that the only reason that we largely have things like astronomy and math are because those are innovations of the Arab world. Those are innovations that were cemented in science and exchanged through trade by Muslims, by the Muslim Empire, by the Ottomans, which is not the same, but like over time, you get it. He's going to completely disregard that, much like he, a little while ago, he was like, oh, they're like, what if trans people ever contributed to society? And we went and found like a shit ton of trans scientists who basically made a lot of the infrastructure that we use for phones, that we use for deep space satellites, that we use for audio production equipment. He's gonna skip over all of that because there are innumerable non-white people, innumerable women throughout history and science who have made these discoveries. Now, the other thing that is very funny to notice, and Matt does this is a white nationalist talking point that Matt loves. And I'm willing to bet, again, I haven't watched this video, I'm willing to bet he's going to bring it up. But I'm willing to bet that he is going to just like compound all of these different white civilizations into one grand big whitey. You know, just one grand whiteness. And that will probably include Romans, Celts, what were the Franks, Spaniards, Germans, pretty much anything European or Mediterranean. I'm pretty sure he'll probably do that. The fun thing about that is that none of those cultures for thousands of years got along with each other. And they were, up until fairly recently, and still even are, in some spots, pretty racist towards one another, even though they are technically the same skin color. Now, because in this modern world we inhabit, so many more cultures have become ingratiated to one another, have started to intermingle, that white supremacists, or people who kind of gravitate towards this ideology, have to shift goalposts a little bit. They can't say like, oh, okay, well, obviously, like this white person is better than this white person. So they're just kind of have these blanket statements about white people. You see it all the time with these like statue avatar Western civilization accounts where they'll just say like, oh, you know, we built roads in Europe and we pillaged as Vikings. And it's like, dog, for thousands of years, those people murdered each other and hated each other and spread lies and propaganda about each other. But it's more convenient to kind of hand wave that all away in favor of being like, yeah, but look at all the things that we did. And probably the most important point, the addendum that I want to bring up here, is that Matt hasn't done any of this shit. And another thing white nationalists love to do is you see it all the time with like kind of John Doyle or Nick Fuentes rants about like, oh, you know, we used to be a great country. We used to make things in this country. This used to be like a place for great men. It's like, yeah, you aren't that. Maybe it was at one point. That's never applied to you or your family probably. So by bringing up these talking points, they are essentially trying to take credit for the accomplishments of others. By saying, oh, white people, of which I am a part, deserve more credit, they are essentially trying to say like, oh, well, I as a white person, I am part of a grand heritage that has done so much for the world. Therefore, I deserve more credit. Which to me sounds like participation trophy bullshit. Not that I'm surprised, Matt. I'm just disappointed. Yeah, no, somebody know where. Yeah, the Irish, like, No, the Irish, pretty much anybody who wasn't British, or any of the like more Scandinavian territory, because it wasn't quite as racist towards them. Like I'm sure at some point people were racist towards the Dutch. Well, people were racist towards the Dutch, but like the Swedes or the Finns or whatever in late 1800s, early 1900s, I guess all through 1800s, Ellis Island times, Industrial Revolution, that kind of shit. When we really opened the floodgates and needed an entire industrialized workforce, that was when there was a huge spate of racism towards Italians and the Irish. Like, because they were seen as, poor. They were seen as doing the work nobody else wanted to do. They would take any job. Yeah, no, same with the Dude Bro podcast, Men Built the World BS. Yeah. Yeah, Polish people also discriminated against Polish people. Lane Kaplan, Jews, that goes without saying. I mean, yes, it goes with saying, but yeah. And Polish and the Jews often intermingled over time for reasons that I discuss. To the diaspora, if you want to, go watch my video on anti-Semitism. But yeah. Yeah, Kermit Thorson, racism is just tribalism on a lazier scale. Yeah, basically. That's maybe a little oversimplified, but yeah. Oh, what Lane meant was Jews weren't treated as white like they often are today. Yes, that's... yeah. Yeah, so with all of that out of the way, I want to lay out all of those preferences so we can keep those in the front of our noggin as we go into why Matt I feel is edging closer every day. Matt has been emboldened by his minor successes. And I feel like every day we edge a little bit closer to him just being like out and out 14 wordsing it. Because he still will talk shit about Nazis in his comments. But it's always funny when he says something like in defense of Ben Shapiro or in defense of Israel. Because his own audience is always in the comments turning on him. Very funny. Banana Brains. Yeah, we just got done talking about the Italians and the Irish. Used to hate Polish people in like the early 1900s, but they are the reason my city had a big boom in the late 40s and 50s. Yeah, most of the time, immigrants are. Like, this is why historically, immigration, usually a pretty good thing. As much as dipshits like Matt are going to be like, oh, well, this is how empires crumble and all of this other stuff. It's like, no, actually, especially in a modern context, because shockingly, the world doesn't work the way it did in the Roman Empire. In a modern context, immigration is usually met with an influx of productivity and prosperity. And in our hellscape capitalist system, we literally could not sustain ourselves without the immigrant workforce that we underpay, undervalue, and overutilize. Yeah, immigration is a net positive. Maybe not the way that we do it, which is to use illegal migrant labor largely to get away with like barely having to pay people. Yeah, and of course, like Mirsu Romani, another like perfectly good example. Like pretty much anybody that wasn't British or descended from British or German or any of the like, I guess French, although people have been racist against French forever. Yeah, it's kind of just like people just made up reasons to be angry at other people. And that's a good description of the entirety of human history. Ha! Shapirius Woe. Romans didn't have 4chan and YouTube to radicalize people into hating them. That is actually a really interesting observation. Twitch crashed. I'm hearing reports that Twitch crashed. Okay, I'm gonna go get some lip balm real quick, and then I will be. Unless I have some. Oh no, I do. Great. Okay. We are still here, and we are getting into this mess. So let's get on with why white people deserve more.
New York claims that many black kids have never heard of computers. Protesters at Princeton attacked the university for not providing medical aid to them as they choose to starve themselves. An influencer on TikTok is here to inform us that it is our moral obligation to date fat people. All of that and more today on The Matt Walsh Show.
God, this really makes him look way more interesting than he is. Enzo Librarian, thank you for the 100 biddies. Humans are kind of an embarrassment as a species sometimes, aren't we? I would say most times. I've never seen this intro, actually, because I usually just skip through. But it's very funny that his entire intro is made up of either footage from his documentary or just like B-roll, where they have to do this, like, it's so adorable. Like, their little movie premieres are just the cutest little things in the world, where they get to get, like, it's cute, you know? It's like a Make-A-Wish kid, almost. It's like, oh, you know, it's kind of like, you get credit for trying, buddy. Look at you. You're doing it. You have a real movie premiere. You have a red carpet, and you got your logos in the background. You've got all your Jeremy's shit all over the place that you're advertising. You're adorable. He gets to play a real director. I love how the closest, like the most dangerous looking footage is him standing about 10 feet away from protesters yelling at him. He would never, he has never gone to a real protest, by the way. Like, he would never actually be one of those cats who goes to a protest. He is far too emasculated.
Using the internet without ExpressVPN, it's like forgetting to mute yourself during a Zoom meeting and having everyone hear your side conversations with your coworker. App and click one button. One subscription works on all your devices, such as phone. If you've ever worked in some capacity on procuring a federal government contract, then you're familiar with maybe the single most obvious and grotesque form of affirmative action that exists in this country. It's been around for a long time. As far back as Nixon's administration, gender and racial affirmative action became mandatory for federal construction projects in the city of Philadelphia. And any federal contractor that hired fewer than 80% of the local share of, quote, any race, sex, or ethnic group risked losing their contract and being barred from working with the federal government entirely. Within a year, those requirements applied to contracts with all federal agencies nationwide. As an attorney named Michael Toth,
he seems to be saying that it's a requirement that 80% of your contractors be non-white. I'm going to go back, because that, unless I'm misunderstanding what he's saying.
if you've ever worked in some capacity on procuring a federal government contract, then you're familiar with maybe the single most obvious and grotesque form of affirmative action that exists in this country. It's been around for a long time. As far back as Nixon's administration, gender and racial affirmative action became mandatory for federal construction projects in the city of Philadelphia. And any federal contract.
The Philadelphia Plan from 1967 to 1970. Federal Affirmative Action Program established in 67 to racially integrate the building construction trade unions through mandatory goals for non-white hiring on federal construction contracts. Declared illegal in 1968, a revised version was successfully defended by the Nixon administration and its allies in Congress against those who saw it as an illegal quota program. The plan succeeded in integrating the skilled construction unions in Philadelphia and several other cities, but as construction unions lost control over the hiring process during the 70s, little impact was ultimately made in integrating the skilled workforce at job sites. With increasing tax dollars going to federal construction projects, pressure from the NAACP, Urban League, and other civil rights organizations forced Truman, Eisenhower, and Kennedy administrations to form committees to address this problem. Despite the inclusion of a fair employment clause in all federal contracts, these committees advocated voluntary solutions whereby employers would promise to recruit non-whites more effectively. The result was the occasional token hire of a skilled black electrician or plumber. So, what this was essentially is A, did not actually go on that long, B, was mostly forgotten about in a couple years, and C, had to be enacted because racist hiring practices in the 1960s. Fucking shocker there. So where is Matt getting that 80% of the workforce has to be black, and why is he depicting it as something that is still happening? Nixon pivoted, abandoning the Philadelphia Plan. He appointed blah, 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 Secretary of Labor, and shunted Fletcher's side. Economic pressure of the 70s brought more challenges to organized labor. Union locals gave up control over hiring to job site foremen who could be counted on to reliably prefer whites for most of the skilled work. Quote, I have often wondered whether I don't last on jobs because I don't work hard enough or I lack skill, said one Philadelphia iron worker in 1995. I have concluded that the problem is I am black. Starting off strong, defending racist policies, Matt. Starting off strong.
That hired fewer than 80%.
Sorry, somebody gave money. Oh, thank you very much, Iki the EP, for tipping $5. Hey, DD and pals, I hope all is, at the very least, fairly decent. I understand things have been well rough lately. I think we can all use some positive reaffirmation and support of one another through these times. P.S. Microsoft smells. Rest in peace, Tango. Yes. Thank you very much, Iki the EP.
Of the local share of, quote, any race, sex, or ethnic group risked losing their contract and being barred from working with the federal government entirely. Within a year, those requirements applied to contracts with all federal agencies nationwide. As an attorney named Michael Toth pointed out recently in the Wall Street Journal, those rules are still in place today, half a century later. In fact, they've only been expanded in scope. Now the federal government can award no-bid contracts to so-called minority-owned businesses in many cases. The end result of this policy has been exactly what you'd expect. For one thing, contractors know that they need to employ a token number of women and minorities in order to get any kind of government grants. And additionally, so-called minority-owned contractors often get government contracts and then subcontract them out to contractors who didn't meet the diversity quota. Now, this is all highly inefficient. It's fraud, basically, and it's resulted in taxpayers being forced to waste a lot of money. As City Journal reported recently,
oh, we've got Dumbass in chat. Are you on Dumbass in chat on Twitch? Abortion. Abortion? Oh, you're cute. I'm going back up. Oh, that's adorable. Abortion. I see what you did there. Oh yeah, Ophelia, go watch my videos on Matt Walsh where he talks about how he considers himself ugly. Like, he has spoken in the past about how he thinks he is ugly. Like, he is a very self-loathing person. All right, let us go really quick. Whoa. Bob Smith, what the fuck are you on, dude? Over on YouTube chat. For those on Twitch chat who can't read it, Bob Smith saying, they all work for the only fallen angel after 70 AD. Lord of Lies, named Jesus. Demon symbol, Christ. Bunch of different symbols, pedo lovers. What is going on today that is bringing the weirdos out? Hi, Bob Smith. Robert England over in YouTube. Oh my gosh, I'm such a big fan of your films.
Some government contracts cost nearly 20% more than they would have without these affirmative action programs. Multiply that by hundreds of billions of dollars worth of federal government contracts every year, and you begin to see the problem.
You'll notice that he doesn't actually cite any sources or anything. He doesn't say where he's getting this information from, but let's look up federal affirmative action. I don't even know, what would you look up for this? Contracts? Contractor portal. Would be all. Affirmative action is under attack. Am I gonna have to sign into WAPO? Yes, Kermit Thorson. Sorry, dog is chewing bone. I will turn up music a little bit so dog does not sound. I apologize. She needs her bone. Since the Supreme Court ruled race-based college administrations unconstitutional last June, affirmative action in all forms has come under attack. Conservative activists have filed dozens of complaints against Fortune 500 companies alleging discrimination against white people. Long-standing, Matt Walsh's type of beat. Long-standing federal programs created to benefit minority-owned businesses find themselves on shaky ground. On Tuesday, a Texas federal judge ordered that a 55-year-old agency must serve all races. And the resignation of Harvard's first black president amid allegations of plagiarism and anti-Semitism on campus has been claimed as a victory by critics intent on dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in academia and the private sector. This is a really good, actually, because I'm working on my kind of video essay on Stellar Blade, and this is actually a really good kind of crossover with the current way, because so many people in the current quote-unquote Gamergate movement have been like, oh well, I don't understand how is it a conservative thing if you're just tired of DEI being forced in games. It's it's stuff like this. It is particularly being forced as a wedge issue to get people into that conservative mindset, into that conservative area. Okay, this is all very fascinating, but not what I'm looking for. Affirmative action. Colorblind America. Huh. At the end of the day, and they've spoken about it at length. Like Matt Walsh and Libs of TikTok and everybody else, they have talked about how if you they are against affirmative action because they want to be able to discriminate. Like if you ever hear or ever see Libs of TikTok will have a video or some of a non-binary person or somebody with brightly colored hair, and she'll share it if somebody like this sent in a job application, would you hire them? And then just go into their fucking comments and see how many people are like, no, I specifically throw out anything with they, them pronouns. It's that's why people still want and need affirmative action, because there's still assholes like you who, and I don't care what people say, you know for a fucking fact that people, if people are willing to admit to that over non-binary people, over trans people, you know they do it over black people, over Asian people, over Latinos. They want to discriminate. All right, well, this is all very fascinating, but not really what I'm looking for. All right, DEI and beyond, affirmative action, landmark decision in Texas. Supreme Court reaffirms legality of race-conscious college admissions in Fisher v. University of Texas, ruling that the use of race as a factor is well-founded and narrowly tailored. Companies around the world spend an estimated $7.5 billion on DEI programs and hire chief DEI officers. Hey, you know what? Conservatives love jobs so much that sounds like creating more jobs to me. I don't know. Supreme Court bars. Okay, well, that's... I feel like we could use a couple more things here. Companies are facing challenges to diversity policies from shareholders and conservative activists. Some top law firms have opened race-focused fellowships to applicants of all races. The battle is likely to heat up in 24 as companies adapt to a shifting legal landscape and DEI becomes a talking point on the presidential campaign trail. Rad. Bye, Logan
Instead of
Mansion
ending
Games.
this
Have a good
social
night.
engineering and simply allowing markets to work without crude demographic manipulation, the Biden administration's
Now again, that demographic manipulation is ensuring that people from marginalized communities are able to get at least a foothold in trades without being discriminated against. This is Matt literally arguing for discrimination. Now he would say like, oh, you just let the best person have the job, which fine. It's all well and good for you to say that in theory. In practice, however, that's not the reality. Like that will never bear itself out. That's why we created those rules. That way we created affirmative action.
applies in state and local governments.
Abortion. What did abortion say this time? If they are being discriminated against hiring for LGBT, they can be sued for that. That, like, if you can prove it, maybe. I mean, and not if conservatives do away with all protections like they want to.
Are doubling down. They've decided that they know exactly what the demographic.
Are you serious? Banana Brains fucking Grums hasn't talked about. He did like an announcement tweet. God, I hate that. Ugh.
Graphic makeup of each industry should be, and it just so happens that white men aren't wanted in any industry. So I'll start with Maine, where this week Democrats have determined that the field of construction, where blacks and Hispanics make up nearly 40% of the workforce, simply isn't diverse enough somehow. Specifically, the governor, Janet Mills, has determined that more women need to be construction workers, and therefore Mills has signed an executive order that, among other things, will use state and federal funding to prioritize construction projects that involve women. Watch.
Okay, let's watch.
Janet Mills laying out the blueprint today to get more women working in Maine's construction industry.
We need construction workers.
Crack Rock Hero, you think I look like an elf? Oh, thank you. Oh yeah, no, I don't like how he says blacks at all. Black, like, I've talked about it before, but blacks is like a weird. It's like the word Negro, where technically, on the most technical of basis, it's not actually a slur, but it is antiquated in a way that just makes you go, why did you choose that word? Like if you heard somebody on the street saying like, oh, well, I really like that Negro, you would be like, come again? What? Even though there was a time where that was a socially acceptable way to refer to an African American, way to refer to a black person. And it's the same thing about the word Oriental. Is like, that is just a incredibly antiquated term that is associated with a time where people were just a little bit more racist. It's like the Oriental Trading Company changed its name from Oriental Trading Company because of the connotations around Oriental. Well, no, it wasn't antiquated for hundreds of years. It's antiquated now. And it's just like, when people say the blacks, it gives me that same feeling. And I'm just like, that is, it's not technically dehumanizing, but it is so broad and thrown out so casually that it just really, I'm gonna, like, if you say the word the blacks, the words the blacks, you're on a mental list for me. Jen Scarlett, I think that gays is a little bit different, but I will say, like, when people completely misuse like trans or transes, like that's another one that is like, I don't know. Bob Smith coming in with a hot take again, saying fake cross symbol, Star of David symbol, Islamic moon symbol, went back to the curse and the mark of the beast. Bad move. Okay, Bob, thank you for your contribution. Yeah, Graham, number 7, my grandfather used to call blacks colored and thought at the time he was being polite. Yeah, well, and colored is another term, like, right up there that is just like, oh, that, like, we don't, like, grandma, nobody really uses that word anymore. But I feel like we're starting to age out of a demographic that uses those terms. But like, oh my God, darky is fucking nuts. Lucifer, that's like calling me darky. Darky is, oh, no, that's like straight up. To me, if I heard that, that would be like, if the person is not like debilitatingly drunk, that would be time to start talking about an ass kicking. Like, and only because I think kicking people's ass when they're debilitatingly drunk just isn't fair. But like, darky is like that is basically a racial slur that you can say. Yeah, that's nuts. Oh, that's crazy. The transes. Yeah, I think there's just such a bizarre lack of, like, for as big of a conversation point as trans people are, it is amazing how little, especially gender crit, like the people who obsess over us day in, day out, the people who are like always in our comments, it is amazing how little they actually know about how, like, about just like simple terminology. Like, I've been called a transgender before, and it's like, that's not really, oh, you're a trans, right? It's like, no, I am trans. Like, it's so bizarre. It's so bizarre. Can you say that? I feel like that's just a slur. I mean, I am heard the term ashy refers, Chud McFlux, ashy refers to something else. And ashy, like, ashy is not white people business, is how I'm going to say that. I'm as a white, ashy is not white people business. That's it. My dad has called indigenous people teepee folk, and it bothers me too. Yeah, that would bother the fuck out of me. That teepee folk is fucking crazy. Like, that's nuts. Oh man. Teepee folk? Calling me a Jewish Gohan. Nope. Mad Bomber. What bomb said him? Nope. Do not use the term darky. Like, I'm uncomfortable continuing to say it, but I can't, there's so many almost slurs going around in the chat that I can't, like, I can't, like, refer to it without saying it. But yeah, do not use that, like, because that is, like, you can't disambiguate a slur, right? Like, you can leave it up to the group it's referring to reclaim it, to use it as their own, to gather strength from what people have used to oppress them. But unless you are part of that group, you don't, that is not your word to talk about. It has not been used to oppress you. It has not been used to tear you down and people like you down. Like, it's not, like, you can't use it for something else. Yeah, like, that's, nah. Yeah, Ron would, absolutely. While generally considered insensitive and offensive, I have heard some native people identify with the term. Well, and I'm, like, here's the thing. There are a lot of communities, and especially, you see it a lot in Latino communities. And some native communities I've been around or had friends with, where there are people who are, like, okay with what are essentially slurs. That doesn't mean I'm going to use them. That doesn't mean I think that's okay. You know, it's the kind of thing that you see where, like, and I this is just fresh in my head because we had I hosted at the comedy club last night, and a Mexican comedian came up and was immediately talking about, like, just, it wasn't a great set, but you know, it's open, it's not open mic, it's new talent, so you have to have gone a couple times, but essentially, like, talking about what from any other vantage point would be racist against Mexicans, right? God, what was the joke? There's a joke. I'm not going to repeat that one. I can't. But there was a really great joke one of my friends who's black responded to. Anyway, it's a whole thing. But there is an element of, I don't want to say, like, pick-me-ism, because it's not really that tailored toward getting in the good graces of, like when you see people like Just Pearly Things or, like, anti-feminism grifters and influencers, where they are very specifically trying to get in the good graces of, like, the manosphere or conservative influencers. It's not like that. It is more just like a general attitude. It's the like, oh, I make fun of everybody, you know, like I laugh at everybody. Like, oh, I don't think, like, you know, race shouldn't matter that much. I laugh at everybody. It's like, okay, well, it's great you think that. Other people don't. So, like, you know. Outlaw, what's up? $10. Thank you very much. What the fart is Matt Walsh talking about to quote one of the worst wrestling promos of all time? What a sniffling little sellout full of suffering succotash son. Packed nicely. Domain, I wish I was as cute as you. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Yeah, exactly. Cute cotton candy cow. Like, calling... Oh, damn it. I dropped it. Okay, you're fine. Calling... If you know another queer person is okay with it, like Kaylin opens their videos with, they've opened multiple videos with them saying, like, what's up slurs, or what's up F slurs, or something like that. And it's like, that is obviously a different thing. Because that is between, like, members of your out group, you know? It is, you know, again, as a white, I imagine that is fairly similar to black people using the N-word casually. And then you have people like Matt, well, people like Matt and other people who like they just want to say it. They just want to say those words. Cute cotton candy cat. Kaylin is like mean Jonathan Van Ness. Kaylin's cooler than Jonathan Van Ness, but yeah, Kaylin is very good at reading. Like with, I love going anytime I see Kaylin like on my timeline, and they're interacting with like some transphobe account or Graham Linehan or something. Like, it is just like the library is open. Hunty. Yeah. Sad thing is Matt Walsh is not the scariest conservative pundit out there. No, he's not. He's generally not that scary. Bob Smith hitting with another banger. Jesus said, "Flee Judea when you see the armies coming." Roman, you have to flee Judea if you believe what Jesus said. Better move over to Israel so you can flee. All frauds after 70 AD till now. Do we have the time cube guy in chat? Like, what the Tell me, Bob Smith, tell me about 3-corner day Earth rotations. Tell me about the gayness of oneism is 3 days squared. We got... Is Time Cube down? Okay, wait, no. No! Oh my god, Time Cube is gone, everybody. Let me see if I can do... Jen Scarlett, wait, you don't know about Time Cube? You don't know about the Dr. Jean Ray? There we go. All right, let's go. Let's kick it old school. We got hell yeah. April 12th, 2011. Here we go. We're taking a little tangent so we can talk about Time Cube. Banana Brains, you don't know about Time Cube? Oh my goodness. All right, yeah, go watch Frederick Knudsen, Down the Rabbit Hole has a great episode about Jean Ray and Time Cube. But to summarize, to explain very briefly, Earth has 4-corner simultaneous 4-day Time Cube in only 24-hour rotation, 4-corner days, cubes, 4-quad Earth, no 1-day good. Obviously, we know this. We know this. You know this. Free speech in America is bullshit. Evil educators block and suppress. Timecube.com. You're educated evil and might have to kill the evil one teaching educators before you can learn that 4-corner days actually exist. But all cube truth denied. Dumbass educators fear me and hide from debate. They are paid to teach a propaganda book, not cube truth, for which they would be fired. Evil teachers betray students as 1 is a death value. Cube 4x4 voids 1 and God. He's spitting. That's called bars. Oh, Sparkle Boy. Sparkle Boy 24. Sparkle Boy 24. Why do I know that name? Sparkle Boy. You're not... Sparkle Boy, who are you? Why do you sound familiar? Are we mutuals on Twitter? Sparkle Boy. Sparkle Boy. Why does that sound familiar? So to give you an idea of how deep this goes, I need to so that's what we've read, right? This is what we've read so far, just this first little page, right? I've commented on your YouTube, but no, I don't use Twitter. Okay, I must just know you from YouTube then. So this is the beginning of Time Cube. Here's how it goes. Here's how long it goes. And we're still going. And we're still going. And we're still going. And we're still going. You feel the cube? You feel it? You feel it around you? That's right. Feel the cube. Oh, here's all right. This is spitting. A mother and baby are the same age. As a one-day-old baby has a one-day-old mother, I am not allowed to lecture at the World Animal Academic Institutions, for they fear my wisdom will expose and indict the pedant hirelings as betrayers of dumbass students. The dungheads who allow their freedom of speech to be suppressed without a whimper. Unbelievable. Word animals will feel the wrath of cubic curse. Next page. Oh God, this is okay. I was like, no, there's no way the whole thing is red. Oh, here we go. Oh, this sounds like Matt Walsh. No, Wayback Machine, give me back my time cube. You son of a bitch. Yeah, all right, well, you have all been cubed. Consider yourself time cubed. Outlaw was up, $5, thank you very much. Could you do a full video of time cube? Because my God, I'm dying already. That would be, oof. I would have to do, I don't think I could beat Frederick Knudsen's video, honestly. Like, he did a very good and empathetic deep dive into Jean Ray and Time Cube as a weird phenomenon. So, like, I would completely recommend just going and watching Frederick Knudsen's video essay on it, Down the Rabbit Hole. Because that is the definitive work, I feel, on Time Cube. Yeah, like I would go there. All right, let's get back to after that. God, we keep getting distracted. Matt Walsh, you're so boring.
Especially women now.
Governor Mills signing an executive order at Maine DOT in Augusta, alongside female leaders in Maine's construction industry. The executive order will kickstart data collection in collaboration with partners in the construction industry and implement grant programs to incentivize the hiring of women, while providing supportive services that recruit and retain women in the construction industry.
And there are qualified women across Maine who belong in fields dominated by men. And I want to knock down the barriers that are keeping them from pursuing these good-paying jobs in construction with good Maine employers.
Okay, now I have a theory about that probably. Let's do Maine Women Construction Bill. Women's Employment in Construction Office. Women currently make up 15% of Maine's construction industry and only 11% of the industry nationally. Long advocated. Alleviate. Oh, shocker! All right, so there's deeper industries or deeper issues here. Remember when Matt Walsh was going on about how DEI is ruining airlines and how they keep hiring like black women and they're trying to replace men, when really the reality is that there's an entire airline pilot shortage and they're just trying to open it up to get as many people as possible. So here we have. It aims to alleviate Maine's severe construction worker shortage, particularly as the state is poised to utilize historic funding from Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law and Inflation Reduction Act to strengthen roads, bridges, broadband connectivity, and other vital infrastructure needs. So they're getting a shit ton of federal money, and they have a shortage of workers. So this is a measure to open up the workforce to not just get more workers, but help retain them. The executive order directs several state agencies to take a series of actions to better measure the shortage of qualified workers, connect women with industry employment opportunities, and pursue state and federal funding to incentivize the hiring of women. Applaud this. Apprenticeships. Maine has made historic investments to expand career opportunities. Invested more than $12 million to expand Maine's registered apprenticeship program, $20 million to strengthen career and technical education. So the things that people like Matt Walsh, when they talk about DEI initiatives, they always like to say, well, you should hire the best person for the job. Not only is this helping put better jobs and bigger and higher earning jobs out into the economy, but helping to get the people the training they need to be qualified for those jobs. 25,000 Maine people. Now, Enzo Lebrand, thank you very much. It's almost like federal money isn't just allocated willy-nilly for no reason. Yeah, who'da thunk? Jackie Sins, $5 from Jackie Sins. The Daily Wire presents the Matt Walsh Show. What is charisma? He doesn't have it. So, let's hear about how, during a massive shortage in labor where they're trying to retain anybody they can get so they can work on all this infrastructure they're getting a shit ton of federal money for. Let's hear about how that's actually bad from Matt, knower of things, who definitely does his research.
We need construction workers, especially women, now. Why? Why especially women? And this is odd coming from Janet Mills, who spent her college years traveling through Europe and learning French before going into law school and spending the rest of her life in government. What does Janet Mills know about construction exactly? How is she qualified to say anything about what the construction industry needs or who's most qualified to fill those needs?
Couple things to unpack there. One, how does learning French in Europe show she's multilingual? You aren't, Matt, to my knowledge. You didn't even go to college, dude. I don't know if you've even been out of the US. Already, she seems more open-minded, more broadly experienced. Two, she's the governor, which is what qualifies her to know what the state needs, especially as it applies to a workforce going through a shortage, which is part of why she passed the bill. You ding-dong. Third, what qualifies non-college goer Matt Walsh to talk about literally any of the shit he talks about? Oh, sorry. Like, do we need to go and look at the? Let's go and look at that clip real quick. See if I can find it. Aaron Nichols, thank you for super chatting $10. Do you speculate Matt's now a closet sedevacantist, anti-Pope tradcath that hates the Vatican II reforms? Maybe. Since the Pope's blessed the gays edict, his religious dog whistle's tone changed a bit after that. I think that is entirely possible, honestly. Yeah, let's go. That's a pretty good clip, I think. When other people ask, Matt, you might wonder why.
Representative Clements.
Well, you made a lot of misrepresentations and characterizations in your comments, so I think it's fair for me to question your background.
What did I mischaracterize?
Let me finish, please.
You're recognized, Representative Clements.
You know, if you're going to come...
Get clicks with this interaction?
On.
No. I really like the
Mr.
idea
Walsh.
of getting of drawing attention to the fact that this is happening to children. I know you seem to find it very amusing. I don't.
Representative Clements.
Well, you made a lot of misrepresentations and characterizations in your comments, so I think it's fair for me to question your background.
What did I mischaracterize?
Let me finish, please.
You're recognized, Representative Clements.
You know, if you're going to come before
I think I need to go
and make
farther
mischaracterizations and misrepresentations,
where was it? I want the
you
soul
do that
thing.
and what background you have to
There we go.
qualify you to speak to that.
Well, my background
Walsh.
that qualifies me to speak to this is that I'm a human being with a brain and common sense, and I have a soul. And so, therefore, I think it's a really bad idea to chemically castrate children. That is my...
My qualification for science and childcare that I have no experience in is that I'm brain and have human and soul. And my favorite fucking part of that clip is that people in the gallery cannot help but laugh at that shit. So good. So, this is Matt, again, asking somebody else's qualifications. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Now, as always, this DEI initiative is a solution in search of a problem. There is absolutely no...
Nope, there actually is a problem, Matt. Again, if you did... Like, I did one quick Google search. Like, 3 minutes of research. And found that, yes, it is a problem that expanding the diversity of a field allows them to hopefully fix. Lady wants to say hi, by the way. Hello. What did you bring me? Why have you brought me a sock? This is my sock. This is not for you. This is not for dog. This is not for dog. What are you doing? No, this is not for dog. This is not for dog. Crazy pooch. I think this is good night for me. Good night, Trans Emerson. Have a good rest of your night. I'm going to go get Lady her bone real quick, and then I'll be right back. Not for Pupper. Not for Pupper. Oh, you goofy dog. Good. Okay. Oh, that poor banjo in the background. Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right. So again, if Matt did a modicum, just a teensy, a smidgen, a skosh, just a little bit of research, he would find out that there is a reason behind this measure. Again, just like when he was bitching and whinging about plane companies having DEI initiatives. It's because they need pilots, Matt. So they are trying to appeal the job to more people who traditionally have not been as invested in airline pilotry. You ding dong. God. Oh, yes. Robert England. Matt Walsh, on the other hand, strikes me as a genuine genocidal fascist who would in a heartbeat claim the title of God if were it offered to him. Yeah. Matt is I think a genuine sociopath. Like I don't think he understands like what it is to feel love like everybody else does. And I'm not saying people don't love him, because I think like at a certain point, love for like a child has for a parent is reflexive. But I do not think he feels love like other people do. Even in his like darkest times, he does not seem to process emotion like everybody else. It is, I think he is like genuinely off in a way.
Reason to believe, and not a single shred of evidence to suggest, that the construction industry was in any way suffering due to a lack of female representation. There is
Dude! Aims to alleviate Maine's severe construction workforce shortage. Helps the state combat a severe workforce shortage. Aims to alleviate. That's just reposting the same one. The order directs several state agencies to better measure the shortage of qualified workers in construction. This is what happens. This is the quality you get from Daily Wire. Like as much as they can shine it all up, it is still just blatant propaganda that it takes 2 fucking seconds to disprove as a lie. He's just lying. Like just blatantly lying.
One problem in the construction industry that you can point to and say, You know what'll solve that? More women. That's because no problems at all can be solved by involving more females in construction. And on top of that, there's no evidence at all that any qualified female has ever been denied a job in construction due to her sex.
Now, again, I want people to consider for a second is that we've undone just one talking point, right? Like we've proven him basically wrong, and he's going to keep harping on this. But that is one talking point. We are 6 minutes into a 55-minute video. He does these podcasts almost every day. If you want to know why people are so led astray, it's because he sounds so sure in what he's saying, despite the fact that he's wrong. And he's pumping out more bullshit than anybody could easily or safely disprove in a reasonable amount of time. Like, it would take me all day probably to find, research, and disprove all of his bullshit. I'm sure I could. But by the time I was finished, he already puts out another episode. Yeah, somebody noted. Episode 1364. Like, it's just an just a spigot of BS that is just always on.
By all accounts, fewer women are in construction for two simple reasons. First, because most women don't want to do construction. And second, because men are generally much better at it.
Again, complete assumptions. No, like he basically makes his assumptions about the world the same way people do about like a 3-year-old's gender preferences. It's like, well, obviously boys like monster trucks and dinosaurs, duh. Obviously women aren't going to be good at construction because that's a boy thing. You buy boys' tools. Duh. Like, it's not true, obviously. They already make up, what was that article saying? 15% of the main workforce?
And of course, it's completely rational for women to dislike the idea of working in construction. It's one of the most dangerous jobs you can have. As you can see from this chart from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it's among the top 20 most dangerous jobs, along with roofers, police officers.
20 most dangerous jobs. I like how I'm surprised he put police officers down there at number 16, because like a lot of people before that for like, it's usually a big talking point about how they put their lives on the line every time. So you're gonna start thanking your, like, saluting and handshaking your landscaper, Matt. I mean, like, oh, thank you very much for your service and putting your life on the line. Somehow I don't think he will.
Truck drivers, miners, farmers, and ranchers.
Yeah, also, notably, it's from almost a decade ago. Thank you, Ophelia, thank you for mentioning that. Sample is taken from the, like, Bureau of Labor Statistics, so I don't necessarily doubt that, but, like, it is very funny that they did include the... It is famously true that the job of police is not nearly as dangerous as everybody likes to make it out to be. Like, right up there, like, concrete manufacturing, construction workers, landscaping services, mining, recyclable materials workers, farmers and ranchers. All more dangerous.
And you'll never guess what all of these top 20 most dangerous jobs in America have in common.
Yeah, it's not even in the top 10.
Overwhelmingly done by men. Construction is more than 97% male-dominated. It has a fatal injury rate of 15 per 100,000 workers. That's on par with cement and concrete manufacturing, which is also more than 97% male-dominated. These jobs, again, can be very dangerous, and in fact, would be even more dangerous for women. And that's not just because women are weaker and more injury-prone, though they are. It's also because a large percentage of deaths on construction sites are caused, at least in part, by heat exhaustion. And it just so happens that women are more sensitive to temperatures, both hot and cold. Any married man is very familiar with this phenomenon.
God damn, what a fucking dumbass. Like, his rationale for why women can't work construction jobs is literally, my wife gets cold sometimes. Unfucking believable. Like,
Like one minute your wife is complaining that she's freezing to death.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. What are the most... Like, he's just going to go into a shitty stand-up bit now. Violent attacks that cause... Oh, Jesus. Alright, well, that's not really what I'm looking for. Whatever. I just want to get through the Matt Walsh thing.
You adjust the thermostat by 1 degree, and now she insists that the house is a sweltering desert. Like, that's not just anecdote. There's science behind that. So
that is just anecdote, you... Matt, when you justify something with a personal story and don't actually cite any science, that is literally just an anecdote. But let's, you know what? I'll humor Matt. I will humor him. Women more, what would I even say? Sensitive? Women also have more fat between the skin and muscles, so the skin feels colder as it's slightly further away from blood vessels. Women also tend to have a lower metabolic rate than men, which reduces heat production during cold exposure, making women more prone to feeling cold as the temperature drops. So, compared to men, women have less muscle, which is a natural heat producer. Also, women who work hard labor and construction jobs would have more muscle and maybe more fat, too. So, in cold, but they have a higher resting body produce less heat than men. So they would be better in the summer, in hot weather, which is the opposite of what he's saying. Also, Feet Monster, good thing we have clothes.
Why men tend to do most of the physically demanding jobs outside. Men tend to do most of the physically demanding and dangerous jobs everywhere.
Matt, what the fuck
This
would
is not
you know?
a privilege that men have, but rather a responsibility that they have carried. The takeaway from this shouldn't be that we need more women doing these jobs. It's that men, and white men in particular, historically.
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, I'm gonna go refill my tea and listen to this.
Have had a unique and essential role in building and maintaining our civilization. We would not have this civilization without them. So rather than this constant drumbeat of scolding and lecturing and guilt and resentment, treating the presence of this group as a problem that must be solved or a cancer that must be treated, the appropriate attitude is one of appreciation and gratitude.
That was a hell of a transition, I'll say, from being completely wrong, saying, oh, there's no reason why women need to, like, why we need to expand the construction workforce to women. We just talked about how there's a workforce shortage in construction in Maine. Completely fucking wrong on that front. And then just, like, somehow U-turning into, there's no reason why women need to work, and also you should thank white men for doing everything, because we've made everything and nobody thanks us for it, and it's our responsibility that we take it on. Dude, your wife literally said you couldn't take care of a fucking goldfish, bro. Your wife was literally on Twitter saying you could not take care of a goldfish. The family dog doesn't like you, by her testimony. But sure, The grandeur of civilization rests upon shoulders just like yours with your fucking finely pressed little brand new Daily Wire brand shirt. I knew this would. It's Wusa. Okay. We're good. No, we're good. We're good.
Men built every building you've ever been in, every bridge you've ever crossed.
Women had nothing to do with any of it at all, I'm sure. And it also had nothing to do with men like you being sexist for hundreds of years and just not letting them pursue any other jobs except for little secretaries and staying at home and cooking the ham and making sure it's ready by the time dad gets home. Like, I know he's at least had structures of sexism and systemic oppression explained to him, and I know it's incredibly inconvenient for him to at least attempt to understand them, but I do not think he is dumb enough that he cannot grasp how these things are intertwined. Yeah, also, okay, well, if Matt, if you really want to fucking checkmate this and be like, oh, well, the Western world has made everything, it's like, as Anti-Grav in the chat points out, okay, well, women made all those men, so, like, fucking, what's, okay, checkmate, Matt, what the fuck do you want? Kobold, you don't understand, men are the protagonists of humanity. He thinks he is the protagonist of humanity.
Every road you've ever driven on. Now, sure, if you're a little bitter, resentful brat, maybe that fact will make you feel somehow diminished. But if you're a smart, mature, decent person, instead of demanding that we kick men out of these industries...
Literally, nobody was doing that. Again, he has turned a story that had nothing to do with kicking anybody out of industries, the same way he did with the plane shit. There's a shortage of workers, so they are trying to open it up to a wider industry. He's just straight lying about this and trying to depict it as poor me because I'm a white man. Unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. Yeah, also ironic for him to call anyone else a brat.
You will instead have some gratitude. You will say, thank you, men. Thank you for everything you've done for civilization and for me personally. That should be our answer to the Janet Mills of the world. Rather than going on the defensive and justifying ourselves, men as a group should say to her, hey, you ungrateful child, the correct response is thank you. Didn't your parents teach you manners?
Like, I keep just wanting to pause it to just yell at him. It's a workforce shortage. Like, the fact that they are trying to get more women in has nothing to do with them pushing men out. That's not something that's happening. He has fabricated this narrative entirely in his head to get mad at. It is not anything that has ever happened. Like, also, yeah, B. Parky's going all in on that you should smile more energy. Like, literally, like, yeah. Fuck, man. I can't. Enzo Librarian, thank you for the 100 biddies. Matt calling other people bitter, resentful brats is the funniest thing he's ever said. Yeah, he has very little self-awareness.
And the same logic applies to race as well. I mean, these days, of course, as noted, it's not just white men in the construction industry, but historically speaking, white men have been uniquely indispensable contributors to Western civilization.
Here we go.
Most modern technology was invented by white men.
Remember when we were talking earlier, because Matt doesn't ever do fucking research. Again, not only are there systemic structures that have historically kept people of color, people of different gender identities, and women, people who just aren't straight white men in general, from contributing to certain fields. But despite those barriers, people have still contributed to fields. Remember we were talking earlier about like the people responsible for microprocessors in phones and different engineering structures that are still used in computers today. The very basis of the internet. Different trans scientists, engineers, computer programmers had major parts in innovating all of that shit. The fact that you can use the internet on your phone, trans people were responsible for that. Matt Walsh, however, doesn't think trans people have contributed anything to society. So I want you to keep that in mind as we go through what he thinks men have done without help, without any innovations from people of color, from women, from queer people, I'm sure. So just keep that front of the nog for now.
Most of the great discoveries were made by white men. Most of our wars were fought and won predominantly by white men. Most of the advances in medicine and...
I don't think fighting wars is necessarily the win you think it is, buddy, but also, okay, Matt. Who are the wars against, buddy? Like, it sure seems like you wanted to pick everybody as the hero. Kind of seems like some of those times, the white people were the baddies. And then also, even some of the times the white people won, they were still the fucking baddies. Like, I know Matt is a dyed-in-the-wool racist who, like, basically praises the suffering and violation of indigenous people in America. I know that. But he can't fucking sit here and tell me that, like, oh, well, only white people have only ever done good shit. You fucking moron.
Science have been achieved by white men. Most of the great leaders, artists, thinkers, philosophers in Western history have been white men.
Again, what he's doing here is he's lumping in, I'm sure he's going to talk about, not that he's ever fucking read any of it, I'm sure he's going to talk about Greek philosophers and Roman philosophers and politicians and the innovations there. I doubt he's going to talk about anything that was innovated in the Muslim world and the Arab world. Let's see. I don't think he will.
And yet this is the one group most demonized, most hated for the sin of what?
Who hates white men? Like if we're being real, put all fucking cards on the table. I don't hate white men. I don't see a white man going down the street and go like, oh, I hate you. Now, somebody like Matt Walsh, who wants to take credit for generations past discoveries, philosophies, writing, teaching, when he himself has done nothing but be a whiny little voice behind a fucking podcast microphone, I have a problem with that. I hate that kind of person. Somebody who can't even bother to do very basic research before trying to draw out these points to mislead his audience. Yeah, if that's what you mean by white men, Matt, yes. I do dislike those people quite a bit. But most people generally do not just hate big whitey. They don't just go like, oh, a white man,
Providing us with so much of what we value? A sane society would be finding ways to get this group more involved in things. Given its incredible track record of success. Instead, we go the other way.
White men and their incredible track record of success. Yes, we need more white men. We need from the great minds that brought you World War II. From the brilliant fucking geniuses who brought you Jim Crow. From the ding-dongs who got you the Trail of Tears, Matt. Oh yeah, let's get those white men on those guys who did Vietnam. Good idea, thumbs up. Let's do the white guys who ran the School of the Americas and taught all those Latin American dictators how to throw people out of helicopters. God, you're so... Hendeka, thank you very much for following. I can't. Like, somebody nowhere, yeah, he does seem to think that. He does seem to think that, like, literally every white person, or, like, white men, because, of course, not women. Women are, like, as we all know, we've all heard that they're less equal than men, obviously. They probably shouldn't get the right to vote, if we're being real. They can't lift as much, and obviously they're more susceptible to high temperatures, so they can't work in construction. So we know women off the table. But white men, I mean, come on. They did some pretty good stuff, like they made some really great innovations in racism, as we were talking about earlier. Like, hey, you gotta give it to white men. They really figured out new ways to be racist. They're still continuing to figure out new ways to be racist. White people were the first people to figure out how to be racist against their own race. Like, you can't innovate that kind of racism. You can't have a British person and an Irish person next to each other and they hate each other, but they're both white. Like that's innovation. That is white innovation. Put it on the box. That's a poll quote right there. White innovation, racism. Oh, Christ.
Outside of communist countries, modern Western societies are the only ones in the history of the world that go out of their way to identify the people most responsible for building and maintaining their societies, only to villainize and alienate those same people.
What the fuck are you even talking about, dude?
And we're doing it more and more. This isn't just...
How? Mind you, again, these are all assertions. He has not given a... So he's going to go into a... I'm going to let you finish, Matt. He's going to go into something now. But thus far, this has all been asserted. And no proof. It's okay.
It's happening in the federal government or in Maine. It also happens, it's also happening in the most populated city in the United States. Officials in New York have just proudly announced that they've awarded more than $2 billion in contracts for the purpose of renovating JFK Airport.
Okay.
And all of that money has gone to so-called MWBEs, which is short for Minority and Women-Owned Business Enterprises. Quoting from the governor's press release, quote, "This is the largest participation of MWBE firms on any..."
Governor Hochul announces JFK Air Force construction. MWBE firms and any public-private project, 600 have been awarded to date. Contract have been awarded to minority and women-owned business enterprises. This is the largest participation on any public-private partnership in New York State history, with construction of new airport facilities fully underway, awarding more than 950 million contracts to Queen-based businesses to date. Awesome. To engage minority and women-owned businesses along with local businesses in every aspect of the redevelopment program. To date, 680 MWBEs have been awarded contracts at JFK, along with more than 200 businesses based in Queens. So, local businesses and creating jobs. By the way, let's see what the demographic breakdown of Queens is. Approximately 48 of them are foreign-born. 2020. Black residents making up 15.9%. Asian residents making up 27.3%. Hispanic residents making up 27.8%. So altogether, that is 75% of Queens are not white people. I fucking wonder why that area might get more contracts for minority-owned businesses, Matt. Unless Matt is literally thinking, okay, we'll just give them all to white people. Like, what is your... All right, whatever. I'm gonna let him... I'm sorry.
Public-private partnership project in New York State history. With today's announcement, JFK surpasses the LaGuardia Airport redevelopment, which set the previous New York State record for MWBE participation. In other words, nobody wants reparations. Even in New York, it was not a popular idea. So the state government just decided to do it anyway by hand.
That is not it. Fuck, man. Like, the narratives that the way that he is jumping the shark local owned businesses are probably going to be owned by minorities. The demographic makeup of the area is heavily skewed towards minorities. It's New York fucking City, dude. And he goes, it's reparations. Fucking what?
Handing out money on the basis of race and gender. And they've chosen airports as their preferred vehicle to launder this money, evidently. Now, if you watch the New York Port Authority's press conference announcing this funding for the JFK renovation, you'll see exactly what's motivating these officials. It's basically an hour of various New York officials, including a sitting member of Congress, celebrating the fact that they excluded white-owned businesses from receiving taxpayer funding. Here's how it began. Watch.
It's not. And also, it's fucking hysterical that, like, the idea that he did research for this. Like, get the fuck out of here, Matt. Come on.
Here for another reason, because this building, the renovation of it, was for us a poster child for what we wanted to achieve across the airport. It was built almost entirely by minority and women-owned business enterprises. And we in fact ran what we called internally project readiness programs, but they really were boot camps. They were really tough training sessions to equip MWBEs and local businesses with the skills and training to both bid and succeed in the competition for.
And to the librarian, why can't Matt do a 1-minute Google search? Because he knows that, like, he knows how much it would undermine his narrative, essentially. Like, he knows how much it would just tear apart everything he's trying to fucking say. Leofy, thank you for resubscribing for 8 months in a row. Goodness gracious. Good morning, everybody. Looking beautiful today, DD. Oh, thank you. I wish I was feeling better, but thank you.
Contracts.
Now, this is the head of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey
said
announcing
nothing
to applause
about
that JFK's renovation involved as few white men as possible.
Bitch, that's a different sentence. Like, this is like that tweet about, like, Twitter's the only place where you can say, like, I like pancakes, and somebody will respond with, oh, so you hate waffles? It's like, that's an entirely different sentence. That's not what he fucking said at all. Like, the demographic makeup of the area is not predominantly white men. Therefore, for local business contracts, they're not going to all be white men. To only give those contracts to white men would heavily skew it towards one minority, which Matt should be against. God damn. Yeah, also, Meeks, women in black-owned businesses hire white people too. Tangled Virus, he didn't hear that. That's the narrative he needs to make up to keep his fucking base mad. I made it the fuck up.
He's not proud of the quality of the renovation. He doesn't talk about how the airport is going to be better as a result of this.
Hey, 10-1, knock it off with the fucking Nick Fuentes shit on my YouTube chat. Okay? I would stuff that little twink nerd into a locker. Like, with my tiny little estrogenated, emasculated muscles, I would destroy Nick Fuentes. I could easily destroy Nick Fuentes. Okay? No fucking Nick Fuentes propaganda in my goddamn chat. Or I'll play that clip of him saying he's a pedophile again.
Instead, he's just happy that white people didn't have a role in it.
Thank you very much, Maxime.
Never mind the fact
Belland.
that white people, white men specifically, have pretty much single-handedly built the entire aviation industry, beginning with inventing the airplane. And now we need to...
You just want an echo chamber? I have watched more Nick Fuentes than almost anybody you'll find in left-leaning spaces. Much like Daily Wire, he is a dipshit who skews facts, misrepresents things. If you are saying Daily Wire is bad, but Nick Fuentes is based, You're playing into the exact same fucking traps. I very clearly, go look in my comment section, I very clearly don't have an echo chamber. But I'm also not going to allow anybody in my fucking chat to praise and spread propaganda for a sexist, incel, dipshit, closeted, anti-Semite fecal smear like Nick fucking Fuentes. So, if you want to be in the chat, sit down and shut up. Or change the topic. It's your choice.
Get them all out for some reason. And then he goes on to explain that the government did everything it could to ensure that non-white people secured the government contracts for JFK by preparing specialized segregated boot camps to help them along in the application process.
Banana Brains EEF, can you ban 1001?
Process. So he's acknowledging that this was not a remotely fair or merit-driven process at any point. It was the purest form of affirmative action. He's not celebrating that these minority businesses earned the job. He's celebrating that the government rigged the process. And this is illegal, obviously, and it gets worse. Here's Congressman Gregory Meeks explaining why it was so important to discriminate against white male contractors.
Thank you very much, Banana Brains.
We gotta have...
Round of applause, everybody, for Banana Brains EEF. Woo! Yeah, it was over on YouTube for everybody in the Twitch chat.
In these projects. Now, it's never a giveaway. Because, you know, as we're talking and fighting now about DE&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion, something that's a giveaway, something that's just, you know, a charity. No, it's not. It's good business.
They are saying, and they're right here, because again, like Matt's previous narratives about they're trying to push white men out of piloting. They're trying to push white men out of construction. No, both of those initiatives were done as business measures so that they can continue having workforces to continue doing labor, to continue making money. He's right. That is just good business. Persephone Patria, thank you very much for resubscribing for 6 months, celebrating that the government rigged the process.
Now, the congressman says it's important for racial and gender discrimination in the form of DEI to be a part of everything New York does. He doesn't really say why. He gets some applause when he says it's...
I wonder if he said why in the rest of the video. I'm not going to go watch it because it sounds like it's an hour long, but like, pretty sure he did. And if going by Matt's previous arguments is anything to go by, I'm sure he did, or at least alluded to very understandable and easy terms why it would be good business. But also, it's good business to have local-owned businesses in your airport. One of the biggest airports in the world. You dork.
Good for business, but he doesn't elaborate on that point. That's probably because, as I've outlined before, it's demonstrably false that DEI is good for business. The only time DEI is good for business is if you're a non-white business and you're looking to get a government payout. In that case, DEI is good for business, sure. For everybody else, it's a massive economic drain at a minimum, and almost certainly also a safety risk. But even if racial discrimination were somehow profitable, that's...
Again, like he seems to think that any DEI initiative is accompanied by people like just being literally hired off the street because they're black or gay or whatever. When we've shown again, when we were talking about the plane thing, that just doesn't happen. We were just talking about the women in construction thing, where tens of millions are being designated, earmarked, to make sure to put people through proper safety protocols and training programs. Like, this is just, he's just making this shit up.
Still wouldn't justify it.
Hey, Congo Jada,
and
thank you for subscribing.
It's pretty remarkable that a sitting member of Congress would imply otherwise. Only a deep-seated hatred of white men.
Jennifer, and yes, I do still use my Ko-Fi. Coffee. Ko-Fi. If you ever want to give money, that is probably one of the easiest ways to do it because it goes right to my PayPal. And I think all the links are down in...
Would explain what we're seeing here.
Like if you ever want one of my links, it's go check the videos I upload on the channel, and it should be down in the links there.
And as if there was any doubt about that, the next speaker at this press conference, a New York Assembly member named Alicia Hindman, came right out and...
God, he says black people's names with such vitriol, like with such a venom. I'm assuming she's black because he said it that way. I haven't seen this video.
Admitted that, yes, that's what's going on. She just hates white men. Watch.
All of the Zoom
Oh my gosh, I'm shocked. I'm so surprised. Oh.
We did during the pandemic, led by Dr. Stacey N.C. Grant. Your participation means everything. What we didn't want to happen is to go back to the community, and Jim, you know this, and people look at us and say, well, what did you do? No one on that project looks like us. No one in that...
So what she is talking about here is the community they're serving with local businesses. I'm actually kind of surprised he put this in there, because this is a perfect justification for, oh, geez, why would this go to minority and women-owned businesses? Could it be because that's the fucking community around there, Matt? That's the local business market that they have? Shocker.
Project represents us. We did not want to have those conversations, and that's why those tireless meetings that took place on Zoom, it was Microsoft WebEx or whatever it was, and it wasn't working, and your bandwidth, and you had to turn off the camera or turn off the mic. As annoying as it was, we knew it was for us, by us, to make sure that this community that we represent looks like us.
So that has, again, this gets, it's actually a really good example of how a certain section of, and this is, we've talked about it before, where sometimes white people, like if you try and say, like, oh gosh, like if I were to say, white people, or if I had a black friend who said, oh, come on, white people, right? I know that they don't mean me, because I am not part of the group that when people say, generally speaking, when people are like, fucking white people, when people say that, they're talking about people like Matt. You know, it's like when people say like, oh, well, not all men. It's like, okay, well, if you're not included in that group, you wouldn't take offense. Like you should know that. You should know that. Now, yeah, Andromeda 31, how are these clips supposed to be bad? He's literally twisting them. And his narrative hinges entirely on a perceived exclusion from those groups. Because there is a group of minorities saying, we want the locally owned businesses present in this airport, we want the contracts to represent this area. We want them to look like us. Which what she was literally saying was they want their constituency to feel represented, so that those contracts aren't going to big businesses or out-of-state interests, that they are going back to the community, which in turn helps not only create jobs, but helps fund the local economy. And in them saying, well, we want this, again, mind you, Queens, super minority area. That's where a lot of these contracts are going. And because they're saying we want these contracts to look more like us, he is like, so you mean you hate white men? It's like, no, that's not at all what they're fucking saying. Like he is the kind of white person who takes any difference, any celebration of a difference, of an in-group, as a perceived slight. He is the kind of person who would be like, well, why can't I have white pride? Like black people can be proud of their heritage. Why can't I be proud of my heritage? And it's like, okay, well, again, it's not that simple. Let's examine that a little bit. What part of your heritage are you proud of, Matt? Because he would say, oh, well, I'm proud of, obviously, like helping invent the Western world, or whatever the fuck he would say. But the reality behind that isn't so simple. Okay, well, if you're proud of being white, you're obviously proud of, like, racism and stuff then, too. What white are you? Are you Celtic white? Are you Nordic white? Are you Britain white? Are you Roman white? Are you any of those things? You could be French for all I fucking know. Now, having pride in this nebulous concept of whiteness that has been amalgamated from all these different cultures over hundreds of years is a very different thing from having pride in being black and rising from the struggles that America has forced upon black people in this country for hundreds of years. It's very different, much in the same way, than pride in being an Asian immigrant, a Pacific Islander immigrant, a Latino immigrant. All people in this country who have suffered under some form of oppression or another for decades, been put at a social disadvantage for decades. So if you have a family that has come up from that, if you are the first in your community, if you are the first in your family to graduate college, you deserve to be proud of the part your heritage played in that. Comparatively, if you're a white guy who has done nothing of note with his life, and the most you have to your name is the heritage and accomplishments of others who died hundreds of years before you were born, and that is your white pride, that's pretty fucking sad comparatively, I think. It is just and that ties into his entire rant here. Because it is just this perception that because somebody else is celebrating something that you can't celebrate, because you are not part of that group, that you deserve to have an equivalent. But that's not the way the fucking world works, Matt. All things are not equal. All people are not equal. And they never have been. Which is why people deserve to celebrate their heritage. It's why people deserve to celebrate things like pride. It's like, no matter what Matt wants to say about people, like, oh, you know, big corporations will have like pride logos, so obviously everything is equal now. It's like, no, it's fucking not. We still have dipshits like you clogging up the airwaves to the tunes of millions of viewers every year, tens of millions, saying that people like us don't deserve rights, saying inane, insipid, stupid shit about indigenous people, basically genocide apologia. Sorry, I'm getting heated. Like, we had fucking Fuentes people in the chat. Matt's being dumb. I'm getting so... Oh. It is jealousy. Whereas, like, I feel like a normal person, a person who doesn't, like, here's the thing. As much as Matt and a lot of conservatives like to say that, oh, the left, like, they're all about identity politics. His entire identity is identity politics. If he did not have things to complain about other people doing that somehow affected his identity, that somehow victimized him, even though largely, and especially like for this entire video thus far, white men have not been mentioned at all. At all. Minority groups have been praised. Women have been encouraged to join construction work during a construction worker shortage. But in none of these stories have people specifically villainized white men. Yet he cannot help himself but try and become the victim. It is fucking sad. It is sad, dude.
So the woman can't figure out how Zoom works, apparently, but she's in charge of renovating the airport because, with apologies to white people, the airport isn't for them anymore. It's for people who
never fucking said that, bro. Never said that.
Look like Alicia Hinman now. Quote, we knew it was for us, by us, to make sure this community that we represent looks like us.
They're saying the community, and they're saying it literally looks like us because they are local businesses. They are literally the people's neighbors who will be working in this airport. They are people from the community, local businesses. Like when you, I understand he probably doesn't have a idea of community, but like, you generally view yourself as a group. You will refer to yourself as us. He's trying to turn it into, he's literally, again, for all the id poll that right-wingers accuse the left of, oh, they have to turn it, why do you always gotta turn it into a race thing? Great fucking example of how the right actually is the one turning it into a fucking race thing.
Now, to be clear, again, she's talking about an airport. This is a public facility that isn't for or by any racial group. And Alicia Hinman is a public official. She supposedly represents a community that includes white people. But here she is proudly declaring that the airport is for black people.
But she never fucking said that. You are assuming her words. She is talking about, she very specifically, she doesn't say black people. She says, for our community. They look like us. Matt, you are fucking lying.
And her community doesn't include people who don't look like her. So white men don't get to build airports anymore. The airports aren't for them. Neither are construction jobs. You have to wonder what, if anything, these politicians want white men to do. Like, what do you want them to do? What are white men supposed to be doing now? Should they ever receive any funding from the government? Should they be allowed to compete for government contracts on a fair and equal playing field? Apparently not. Should white men just build, maintain, and run their own airport? I'd be quite happy to use that airport personally. I think most people would, actually.
I think most people would. Captain Lunar, thank you very much for subscribing.
Really, though, everyone knows what's happening here. Her goal and the goal of her party isn't simply to erase white men from history. Their goal is to erase white men from the workforce as punishment for doing everything so well for so long.
Oh my God.
It's not a secret at this point. And as conservatives spend all their time talking about, college campuses and so on, their enemies are being very methodical and explicit about what they're doing. One airport renovation and construction job at a time. Now let's get to our 5 headlines.
Good God. Good fucking Lord. Oh man, I don't where do we even go after that? That was fucking, I'm gonna go refill my tea. I blew out my voice a little bit bitching about that. God damn. God damn. Ah. I brewed a nice peach pomegranate tea that I'm very happy with. So I've been chilling with that. That's been very nice for me. Yeah, hypnotic genes. We were talking about that a little bit. Is as much as he likes to talk about how white men built everything and they made all these technological advantages and whatever the fuck else. He does seem to kind of skip over the fact that for a long time, white men specifically locked everybody else out of anything that would make money and give them status and help them advance in society and education. Kind of leaves that out. Weird, huh? Okay, let's I'm gonna do a cooldown. We're gonna, woosah. All right. Tetracore, thank you very much for stopping by. Oh yeah, and I'm sure there are tons of Matt Walsh. Like Matthew Walsh, come on. Like a biblical name and an Irish last name. Dog. Like you might as well look for Colin McGuire. Or I guess biblical first name, Jonathan McGuire. Yeah, Nat Geo, bro really likes to revise history to fit whatever narrative he wants to push. Yeah. If y'all hadn't seen, who's my Very Tall Bart? We're gonna go Very Tall Bart. I think the man has some good shit coming out. Try being a trans girl in the construction trade. It was rough. Yeah, I have a friend who did construction, and I have a friend who was trans and did security. And I have another friend who was, no, actually that was not a friend. She was a very weird enemy. Yeah, very, well, God, I completely forgot about her. I was like, oh yeah, God, what a, like, y'all, as a trans person, you haven't lived until you've met one of those. All right, so everybody knows, especially in YouTube, or not YouTube, but like Moses O'Shaughnessy. If you know, like, the Twitter trans girlies who are like, basically the 4chan transes, like the ones who are always yelling about passoids and basically regurgitating alt-right propaganda and like that bullshit. You have not lived, honey, until you've met one of them in real fucking life, because they are like you don't think, like you see that and you're like, okay, they probably just like they keep that for their online persona, but like you don't think somebody can be so like actually unhinged and fucking weird until you've met a girl like that. Like, just very, yeah. Robert England. That was not a friend. She was a very weird enemy. Yeah, it was sad. It was so I met her as a friend of a friend, right? And because I was like, I was kind of very newly out, so I was trying to meet other trans people, and there was a trans girl who I'd kind of flirted with and hooked up with a couple times, and it was a friend of hers, and I was like, okay, yeah, let's all hang out and just like have fun and stuff. And not only did she bring a gun to the hangout, which she used proper gun safety, but it's like, that's still weird. That made, like, we are not in a rough part of town. Like, it did not necessitate a gun. Yeah, not only Untamed Leo, not only did she do that, but it went very awkwardly. And later on, I ran into her via Grindr. And I just tried, because I hadn't heard from her again, and we just didn't hang out again. We didn't hang out again. And so, like, whatever. And I saw her on Grindr, and I was like, oh, hey, what's up? How's it going? Like, just, like, being friendly. And she immediately started yelling at me over Grindr, calling me and my other friend weird freaks who were trying to seduce her, and that, like, just, like, immediately with the 4chan shit of just being like, oh, you're never gonna pass like me, and God, what else did she say? You're never gonna pass like me, you're fucking weirdos, and like all this other shit. And all we did was, like, we played, because the first friend had a VR setup with what's the swingy Beat Saber, and it was just, and then she, like, blocked me. She was like, you and this person are fucking, like, awful people, and you're freaks, never fucking talk to me, nobody's ever gonna, like, it wasn't just the viciousness, it was like how weirdly personal she got for somebody who I barely knew. That stuck out to me. She was like, nobody will ever love you, and you'll never pass, and like all that shit. And I was just like, I mean, like, I'm NB, honey. I don't necessarily need to pass, but it wasn't Bun Bun Gaming. It wasn't like a big, like, it didn't hurt my feelings or anything. It was just like fucking, okay, weird. And then she blocked me. And so it was like, okay, cool, I guess. Captain Lunar, thank you for super chatting. $2. White MB here. White's had a run but won't let go. Yeah. It's like, I like to repeat the, it's a really good opening bit for comedy for me, is I like to repeat the bit from, or not an opening bit for comedy, but it's, as a white person, I always like to, like last night I started my set with, I just walk up, say, you know, I introduce the show, and I get the housewarming out of the way, and then I jump into my set, and I'm just like, I let a couple moments linger before I talk, and I just kind of like go, as a white, and I just let it kind of linger there, and that gets some like nervous chuckles, and then I talked about my joke was about the Kendrick Drake beef. And I was just like, I don't have a lot to say, but it's just a good way to get people uneasy. And I love that. Amelia, Dead Domain, those people who are obsessed with passing are just outright insane. I can understand it, but they also expect passing in the most sexist. Yeah, like it is, I understand on a very basic level, I do understand the girlies who are like, oh, I just want to pass. I just want to be perceived as a woman and left alone. But here's the fucking problem. That is a entire, like, it is this porn-brained, almost porn-brained, I almost guarantee it if they're coming at it from 4chan, porn-brained fantasy of what a woman is and how passing will suddenly, like, fix all of their problems, and it won't. Like, if you have body dysmorphia and body dysphoria, guess what? You're still gonna fucking have it. Like, you can do things to alleviate it, but you're never gonna be fucking I mean, I hope you can get to a point where you're perfect. But, like, it also, like, it completely vilifies this idea of, like, trans people as being beautiful in any way. And it's the passing discourse, especially as a non-binary person, I just get so fucking livid with it. Because it's like, I don't want to pass. Like, my goal is not to pass as a woman. It never has been. And, like, maybe that'll change in the future. Gender and gender representation can change over time. But, like, right now, I am perfectly happy with the way I look. So for somebody to, like, come and be like, oh, you'll never pass as a woman, at some point it gets a little bit funny. Because it's like if any of you follow me on Twitter, you know, I know you've seen me just be like, okay, well, oh, no, I don't pass as a woman. Oh, no, like, I'm not trying to. But, like, also, here's the other fucking thing that bugs the shit out of me. Is because, also, hello, John Bainbridge. Thanks for joining in. Lucifer, you're hot, Dead Domain. Thank you very much. Hypnotic Genes, do you emphasize the WH in white? Only if I'm trying to be funny. Like, I just say white, but if like, at the thing, I'm going, at the comedy show, I'm going to draw it out, and it'll be like, as a white. Just because I think that's goofy and dumb. Like, I have jokes that I say with the same intonation every time, just because I like the way it sounds. Like, I have a joke that starts off, I did last night about, it's one of my oldest jokes, actually, but I haven't pulled it out in a minute, so I used it for the 8-minute set. But it was talking about how people perceive cartoon villains as gay, and it starts off talking about Transformers being like, okay, well, people, like, I had heard before that people thought even the villains in Transformers were gay, and I didn't get that. Then I thought about it for a second. It actually makes sense when you think about it. Megatron is a bear, Starscream is a twink. Megatron's a top, Starscream is a bottom. But then you know what Optimus Prime is. And let it linger for a second. Homophobic. And I always say it like that, and I fucking love that. Ugh. Yeah, that's one of my jokes that I still laugh at. Indiots, I'm not out as trans, but I have really toxic thought about other AMAB people who don't see as doing stuff like long hair and stuff very well. And I know that comes from my personal fear of not doing it well, but I don't ever say it out loud because I know it's hurtful and bad. Yeah, like, also, like, fucking, who cares? Like, who cares? Like, I don't understand the whole passoid is so stupid. The other thing it totally, and this is one of the things that every gender critical, like you'll get them into your comments every now and again, and they have these assumptions like, oh, you're not a woman because you have stubble, or you have to get facial electrolysis, or you have to, do this other thing, or you're balding. And it's like, I have cis women who follow me who are bald permanently because of skin conditions. I've had 3 cis women ask me for referrals to my electrolysis place, including my mother. Because guess what? As they get older, they get a little peach fuzz. Like, and that kind of sexism, or that kind of basing these ideas of femininity on these incredibly reductive stereotypes about what a woman presents as, can be extrapolated into larger conversations of like, okay, if you think a woman is this, this, and this, or like you think any trans woman doesn't pass as a woman, like, you just think that, like, because if you think, and then this is towards gender criticals, but if you think a trans woman cannot pass as, all right, my dog is, honey, what? No. Okay. What was I saying? If you think as because gender criticals will see, and you see Graham Linehan and people all the time posting pictures of like maybe freshly out trans women. Cross-dressers are a different thing, but freshly out trans women in maybe their 40s or 50s who don't know how to do makeup yet, who are like trying to get into wigs, and they don't know how to present well. And so by the traditional standards of femininity, they come across as unattractive. Broadly, by the standards that society sets forth for what makes a beautiful woman, right? The problem with saying, see, these aren't women because a woman can never be ugly by our standards. The problem with that is that there are a lot of unattractive women, cis women. There are a lot of unattractive people out there in general. And somebody being unattractive does not invalidate their identity and who they are. And I think it is so, like, yeah, it is just sexist at a certain point. Like for all the people who want to say that we're defending women and we're defending women's spaces, it's like, then why the fuck are so many cis women constantly transvestigated? We looked at stories in the past about women who went into cis restrooms and got harassed. Like, okay, if you're so good at defending feminism, why is that happening? And as we were talking about earlier, there are people who just like do not know what trans people look like because they've been inundated with this idea of what trans people are from the internet. Like that's their perception of all that trans people are. It's very silly to me. Very silly to me. All right, let's watch some good AI. Oh no, was Very Tall Bart doing AI? No, buddy, please. Oh no.
Joe, can we ditch this already? I gotta be at a quinceañera in like half an hour, man. It's like no joke.
All right, bozo, relax. Once I sell my Adderall, our rent will be paid, and you can scare all the Mexican children you want, okay? Piss their pants.
God, I should have gone with Ben to the aquarium. Who are you even speaking to? The only guys you know are me and Ben, and we live together.
Hey, Joe, you got the drugs?
Yeah, man, of course I got the drugs. You got the drug money for these drugs?
You gotta do this at the top of your fucking lungs.
Oh, relax, Jordan. This city's a shithole. You see any cops around here?
Do you not have peripheral vision? Literally right there.
You too, bald man, creepy clown. Stop selling Adderall to that child.
Oh, shit, and it's a lady cop.
You can't just point that out,
No,
man.
I meant it's just because when you said there's a cop over there, my mind went like, oh, male cop. And so I turn and I look and all of a sudden it's like woman. And like, I was surprised. I just wasn't expecting
Yeah, we know
it.
what you meant, man.
Do my eyes belie me? Is that a white couch?
Hey guys, sorry for kidnapping you. It's just kind of the only way I can get people to hang out with me without paying them.
Elon! It's all good, man. They were super nice to
I like how they got, like, they didn't even try to get an Elon sound-alike to fucking replicate his weird, bizarre vampire South African accent.
us, let me charge my phone, had snacks and shit. It was actually dope.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Where am I?
Stay right there. I want to show you something.
Oh my fucking God! Is he okay?
Hey guys. Pretty cool, huh?
What the fuck was that?
I did a Prestige. That was just a mindless clone. Follow me. I have other cool stuff to show you. I needed someone smart to build my inventions, but everyone said my ideas were too unethical, so I used my time machine to recruit a Nazi scientist from the past, one of the most unrecognized geniuses of the modern age, and he's been just a dream to work with.
Elon, I built that shrink ray you asked for. Unfortunately, I have used it
On myself.
Oh, I guess I just didn't expect him to be.
I need to get to a Keen's.
This is there's something about the like photo like this is giving Aqua Teen vibes to me right now.
Sierra ASAP.
Location confirmed.
No goddamn way. Is this one of those brain chip monkeys? Yo, what's good, dude? How's it hanging?
Yeah, I actually can't really chat right now, mate. Sorry, nothing personal, obviously. It's just I was kind of in the middle of something, actually, wasn't I? So,
Oh, was that Brett Cooper? 2BN323. Okay, I thought she looked familiar. Thank you for $2. I won't lie, Brett Cooper as a cop is kind of hot. Look. Okay. If I can be real for a minute, can I... If we're talking about Brett Cooper, can I say something that's going to make everybody angry? Like, is this a safe space? Is this a trust space that we're in right now? Are we going to have to judge you now? I could fix her, I think. Probably. We have more options these days than housewife or prostitute. Too young for me. How old is Brett Cooper? Brett Cooper can't be that young. I bet she's 25. 22. Okay, so that's not... Yeah, she's only like a couple years younger than me. That's not that weird. She does look like Ben Shapiro. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah,
I
you
can't
can
believe
just see
they found.
yourself out, I
I
suppose.
cannot
Okay,
believe
I mean-
there are two women in the modern online conservative movement who just look like Ben Shapiro. Like, what? How is that even possible?
Sorry, no offense, but like you were literally just staring at the wall when I walked in. So you were staring at a wall.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, wasn't I? Just having a little think, which I'd like to get back to if you don't mind.
What were you thinking about?
Well, I mean, that's a bit personal, mate. You don't seriously expect me to answer that? Like, utterly not your business, if I'm being honest.
Man, come on, give me a break. I never met a fucking talking monkey before, okay? So this is like a big day.
The Joe Rogan AI voice is really fucking good. It's really fucking good. Like, and I'm willing to bet that's because there's probably literally thousands of hours to train his voice on in that same, like, talking cadence. But it's bonkers how good it is.
day for me.
Oh, big day? This is a big day for you? You know what day it is for me? Fucking Tuesday.
Asshole. First of all, I just wanted to hang out.
An asshole, am I? Did I walk into your home and start poking at you? Are you the talking human? Do any tricks, human? Juggle?
Look, man, I think you're harboring some serious biases against humans that you're projecting onto me, and I'm not comfortable with that, you know? You need to work on that in your own time. Hey, Elon, your monkey's a dick. What's up with that?
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. We think he's pissed because we keep cutting him open to put random shit in his brain.
Joe, look at me. Look, this is permanent. This is permanent. This is part of my character now. I'll always have these from now on.
Oh, shit! Monkey got out!
You guys gotta stop that monkey. He's gonna do a Planet of the Apes.
Okay. Let's think. What's the first place you'd go if you were a monkey?
What the fuck is this, man?
Trust me, dude. He's definitely gonna show up.
My feet hurt.
I'm already gonna be so fucking late to this quinceañera.
Shut the fuck up, Jordan. Nobody gives a shit about your stupid quinceañera. You're not even getting paid, for Christ's sake.
You think I do this for money? Making 15-year-old girls smile on their birthday is what I fucking live for. And if you don't understand that about me, then you don't deserve to call yourself my friend.
Fine. Just walk away, Jordan. Just leave me and Ben to hunt down the evil monkey, like you always do.
My feet hurt.
Okay, I'm gonna watch. That was very silly. That was very silly. Eli to monsters. What did I walk in on? I don't even. All right, let's watch the desert one. And then I kind of want to see what this detransition video is.
Gentlemen, I would like to propose a toast to the brand new Daily Wire Plus private jetliner.
Oh, damn, that AI voice is fucking good, too.
Thank you. Yes, thank you all. You know, a lot of people told me that a $30 million private jet was a quote-unquote bad investment. They said it would put us in the red. Well, who's red now?
Yes. Them, that's who.
Thank you, guys. You know, all this reminds me of a story.
God, I see why they call him Jeremy Boring. You know?
I don't know who that is.
Jeremy Boring, CEO of Daily Wire, the guy talking right now.
Wait, so his name is literally Boring?
Yeah, well, it's spelled Boring. I don't know if it's actually, you know, pronounced that way, but, you know.
Yeah, that seems like it would be, you know, pretty funny, you know. If I had known his name,
yeah, it was kind of.
I probably would have found it funny.
Right.
So, do we know where we're going?
No, honestly, I think we've literally just been flying in a circle over this desert.
God, this fucking sucks, dude. When the hell are we landing?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he just wanted to test the jet or something. I don't know, man.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
None your business, Benny boy.
Yeah, why don't you go hang out with your other friends?
Yeah, I bet you could get Baldy over there to tell you the story of how he got so bald.
Ha! Come on, guys. Don't be like that. You know, it's just a work thing. I don't have any feelings for these people. They could all die in a fiery explosion, and I would be totally fine. Fine, I say. Fine.
Well, yeah,
okay,
you know,
for sure,
let's hope
man.
it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how he feels, you know.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
Right.
Oh my God!
Holy fuck! Jesus Christ, I'm so sorry. Please, Jesus, forgive me.
Just calm down. We got this under control.
Guys, where are the pilots?
There's no pilot?
We are fucked.
No, it's fine. It's the new Tesla jet. Musk himself assured me it was 100% safe.
Well, since we're all gonna, you know, I'm just gonna get it off my chest here. I am a pilot, so you know, take me.
Oh, that's a really fucking good Matt Walsh voice. That's like the AI voices are like kind of pretty good. They're kind of pretty good.
The love of God.
Jesus Christ,
sorry,
Matt.
I know. I'm sorry.
Act 2.
Oh, fuck this, man. No, seriously, fuck this.
Okay, who's alive? Raise your hand.
Nice try, bitch. How do we know you're not a rat?
To who?
I'm alive, Joe.
Guys, Clavin and Knowles are dead. Though I must say, Knowles put up quite the fight. But yeah, he's dead. They're dead.
Hey, guys, over here. I have the water.
Oh, thank God he's got the water.
That's good.
Yeah, good thing.
That would be bad.
You know,
because then we'd be fucked.
Yep, basically, that's basically what I was going to say. I was going to say, we'd be fucked, you know?
Yeah, because, I mean, without water...
You get thirsty.
Exactly.
You get thirsty.
Simple.
All right, well,
that was really great timing on the goat. Thank you for epic guy.
You guys down for suicide?
Guys, settle down, settle down. I learned for
That
this shit
was
in
real.
Boy Scouts. Whenever you get lost, you just gotta follow the North Star. Benny Boy, follow me. Jordan, you follow Benny Boy. Then Prager. And Pervert, you bring up the rear.
Oh, come on, man.
Hop to it. Hop to it. Let's go. Let's go. Daylight's burning. 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 Daylight's burning.
This fucking sucks, man.
So thirsty.
God, I can't get the piss taste out of my mouth.
Just spit, man.
Yeah,
you gotta spit. You gotta spit it out.
I am spitting. It doesn't work.
Oh, man, you gotta, like,
just not
spit.
It just
doing
keeps
it right.
fucking spreading around.
Shit, guys, I think I see a mirage.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd rather stay at the Holiday Inn, honestly.
Probably grab lunch first, yeah?
Yeah, sounds good
I
to
could
me.
go for some lunch,
good
yeah.
idea.
Ben, you down for lunch?
Can we get Popeyes?
I'm cool with
Chicken
that.
sandwich sounds bomb right
Where
now.
is the Popeyes?
I just saw it. It's
Ooh,
somewhere.
fuck,
ask
chicken
this guy.
sandwich.
Excuse
I'm
me, sir.
hungry,
Do you know the
man.
way to Popeyes Louisiana Kitchen?
Man, I must be fucked up right now because I swear that freaking cantaloupe's talking to me.
Oh man, I'm hungry, y'all. I already ate tonight though. I shouldn't eat. I shouldn't eat anymore. I'm not gonna eat anymore.
God, my feet are starting to swell.
Oh, look, guys, more sand.
I need water.
Guys, shut up. I'm trying to find the star.
He's lost. We're fucked.
It's right there, you goddamn moron.
That's Venus, dude.
I just want to fucking die.
Hey, Walshy, what's that in your pocket?
What, this? Nothing. Nothing. It's nothing.
Wait, was that water?
Water?
He's got water.
Get him!
Wait, guys, listen. Wait.
Oh, shit!
I got the water!
Nice work, Ben.
Where'd you get a barrel?
God damn it, Prager, you killed him.
Oh no, guys, not Matt. Anyone but Matt.
Do you think Matt, or like, do you think any of these fuckers ever stumble across videos like this? Like, do you think any of them ever come across videos like this and they're like, is this what people really think of me? Like, do people really think it's funny that I'm dead? 6 of y'all a mint chocolate chip fat. Ooh, that sounds good. Stop. No, I don't want to get food. I made a teriyaki pork stir fry for dinner.
Is this friggin' vodka?
A whole water bottle. God, that fucking drunk.
Oh, that's just great. What the hell are we gonna do now?
We're fucked. And now I'm dropping shit.
Is that a water bottle?
Yep, snagged it from the plane just in case I got thirsty. You know, I thought I'd plan ahead. Why, do you want some?
What, you had water this whole time?
Guys, I have a confession to make.
Joe?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
serious?
I just really
Are you
didn't want to
serious?
share. What does that make me a bad person?
Oh, for God's sake, man. We're in the desert. Use your freaking head.
Hey, yeah, guys.
Oh, this is fucking trippy, man.
I give up.
Okay, look, so maybe we all have water, but that's good, right?
Not for Ben, because Ben doesn't have water.
Probably forgot to grab one, stupid bitch.
Hey, come on, man. That's not true. I got 2.
This is very tall Bart should make like legit. I don't know. I might binge the rest of this because this is hitting me with an Aqua Teen vibe that I've severely missed.
Joe, can we ditch this already? I gotta be at a quinceañera in like half an hour, man. It's like.
Enzo Librarian, thank you very much for cheering. 100 biddies, I have to give it up. AI Dennis Prager. Yeah, like the AI voices, pretty all right. All right, we have a detransitioner video that 67 views 8 hours ago, so I'm assuming it's a very small channel. Is it one I followed? It must be one I followed. I mean, I hope it's not a bad detransitioner video. No.
Hi, I didn't expect it to press record. Anyway, you read the title. You know what this is about. His name is homophobe. I'm not homophobic nor transphobic. I think that's the first thing I have to get out of the way. Talking about detransition should not be about also demonizing trans people at the same time, because especially like, I don't know, like 4 years ago, really even up until recently, usually when people talk about detransition, it's somehow made into a right-wing thing, like, oh, they made the wrong
Have a good
decision.
rest of your night,
So
Jennifer
trans
Ann.
people are not real. They will change their minds. It's a phase. Girl, why you lying to me? Why you lying to me? Anyway, that's like the introduction to the video. I'm gonna be talking about my experience being trans and then transitioning. I don't expect this to get like views or anything. My channel is basically a joke. It's an archive mostly of my things, but that's not important. You're here to hear about my whatever. If you're watching, is anyone watching this? I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna promote this. Anyway, a little bit about myself. My name is Nia. My document name is Catalina, but no one gives a shit about that because everyone calls me Nia. I'm East European, to make it make sense, by the way. What influenced me to talk about it? I have bullet points here, right here.
All right, well, she seems nice. I like off the gate that she's not demonizing people, so she is not. I'm sure it is a very personal journey, and as long as she is not saying, I was indoctrinated by a cult or whatever the fuck, I'm okay with it. Oh, I do want to watch this video on Yandere Dev. But let's go. My dog is crying. Yeah, Bun Bun Gaming. It sounds like she does, just going by her description, she does art. So I'm willing to bet. I mean, Leo Fee, I like the beginning where she is saying like that she doesn't invalidate trans people and she's not transphobe or homophobe. So I'm assuming the rest of it. Everybody else can watch it if they want. I'm not going to. Just because I have a hard time watching content that isn't really, what's the word I'm looking for? Manicured? Manicured sounds a little rough, but like, I don't like watching raw content, really. Like that, yeah, I like content to be a little bit more polished, because, and I don't want to be a dick. Like, I really try not to be a bitch about it, but like, if somebody is, which I just kind of get vibes from this, which is totally fine. Like, she is very open that like her channel is just like whatever, and so it's not a big deal. But like, when I know what somebody is trying to say before they say it, because they're just not used to talking on camera, it really bugs me, because I'm just sitting there like, okay, no, let's get to the thing you want to say. But I also don't want to be a dick. So I would just rather not watch it. Yeah, exactly. Spaceboy Digital, it can feel icky to judge someone's content who isn't really trying hard. This is very obviously just like a little vlog that she's doing. It is not like she has 68 views and 4 likes, and one of them's mine. So I am not being like, oh, it's fucking like a loser. She can't even do videos good. Yeah, Leo Fee, not for me instead of bad. Very important distinction in general. I'm just like, I wish you the best. You seem fine. So, like, okay. I do not, your style is not for me. That is totally okay. 2 minutes in, Galehound, thank you very much for following. I will be right back. We are gonna go change up lanes real quick, but I need to plug something in first. Let me Actually, let me do gaming. Ah. Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then we'll be right back. And then we are going to have... Actually, let me make sure I'm downloaded. Nope. I have downloaded some stuff real quick. Make sure I've got my... Yeah, I know it expires in 5 days, you fucks. Oh man, I do want to play Little Kitty Big City. Son of a bitch. Alright, give me a second. Where the hell is my... I want to download Evil Within. I have... Ghostwire, and I thought I had Hi-Fi Rush. EFG, I do not. Alright, let's do... Why is it not fucking alphabetized? Like, what? Filter. Ugh. Done. Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. And hopefully Hi-Fi Rush will be finished downloading by the time I get back. And if not, we can play Ghostwire Tokyo or Dishonored 2. I will be right back. I'm gonna turn that down real quick. Oh, that's what I need to do. Make sure I have my audio sync working correctly. Okay, perfect. All right, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, and then we will be right back to celebrate Tango Gameworks. Alrighty. Oh. Chat, be honest. You think I'm cute, right? You'd tell me if I wasn't cute. Don't lie to me now. I can tell when you're lying. Ooh, we could play Deadly Premonition. How many people in chat have never played Deadly Premonition? Do I need to pull out Deadly Premonition on stream? Ah. Okay, I'm gonna let dog out. See if she stops whining. You better not whine. I love you, dog. Better be good. Be a good dog. Be a good pupper. Good heckin' pupperino. Okay, well, we're here to celebrate in memoriam for the incredibly, ridiculously... Yeah, no, fuck you, Game Pass. Let me try doing full screen, actually. I forget, actually. I played this game when it first came to Game Pass, but I haven't played it. Lady, stop it. Seriously, honey. Seriously, I'm still working here. I love you. Here, I have your ball. Go. I have your bone. Go. Alright, search for a nearby Tanuki. Oh. I forget how... I remember how... Nope. My angel dust is in the way. Angel, you're going on the back. Oh.
向こうか
Nope. Okay, let's go back to this, I guess. Thank you very much, Traxxas. Alright. Yeah, I might need to restart this game, because I do want to do a proper playthrough, because I really liked it, what I played of it. Like, it is an incredible... I can't fucking remember anything of how to... Oh, here we go. Alright, Stun Talisman, Water, Wind, Fire Explosive. There we go.
またここに来ちゃったな。もう用はない。
Kitty! Can't help it, cat. Alright. Capture the Eton moment. Ooh! Alright, let's go to... I'm gonna go say hi to this. Oh, Pergnary, thank you very much. Actually make myself a little bit smaller. Actually gonna, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna camera work. Okay, that's better. Oh, look at this guy. Yes, I will buy a taiyaki from you. Thank you, Mr. Gentleman. Lurky Murky, hello. Oh, look at this guy just chilling here. What a bro. Oh yeah, I forgot about these. All right. All right, follow the trail. I'm trying to remember anything about how to play this game. Oh, skill points. All right, I got hella skill points. Okay, I guess that was just enough for one thing. Moment. Shop stall. Cleanse the shrine in order to purge the surrounding fog. All right, let's go there. I'm high and completely unfamiliar with Ghostwire Tokyo. Again, I haven't played this game. This is from a save file. I think I got like, I couldn't have gotten more than 2 or 3 hours into it. Like, God, look at how good everything. Oh, I would love to go to Japan someday. I very much want to go to Japan. Like, I realize it's very much, like, it's very weeby to be like, oh, sure. It's very weeby to be like, oh, I want to go to Japan because I love my Japanese, animes and video games, but I have such a deep love for Japanese culture as experienced through things like games like this, and especially the Yakuza series. Okay, now I remember there's like a first-person parry. There we go, now I'm remembering. Shit, can't go that far. Fuck. Let's go. All right. Adjust volume. You think it's too loud? All right, I'll turn it down just a little bit. Well, yeah, Ink, the Alpha Crafter, Ghostwire was my first exposure to a lot of Japanese folklore. The only one I could recognize prior was the slit-mouthed woman who's an enemy in this game. Yeah, it's a lot of, like, urban legends and ghosts that you're fighting, which I love that shit, too. Like, that's why I really love the Neo games. Those were kick-ass at incorporating, like, kodamas and all that kind of Japanese folklore. Oh no, this game is super interesting. Like, it is incredibly unique. Like, considering this is their first-person game, like a Bethesda studio, like this is the real tragedy of what, like, what is represented by getting rid of Tango as a force in the industry, is that this is one of the only, like, of 4 games that the studios made, 3 of them were unique IP. Like, this is one of the only studios that has been doing it up in a way that actually, when people are like, oh, you know, I want new games, I want new ideas, new concepts, it's not just like Stellar Blade, where Stellar Blade is using familiar game languages. Let's see, I have... Okay, I don't have one of those. Oh my goodness, look at this guy. I forget, I remember there's something about, oh god damn, Mochi sounds so good right now. So, Tokyo has been taken over by ghosts, and you need to exorcise and cleanse it, but there's also a story about your sister, I believe? Yeah, this is why I need... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The fuck? There we go. But, like, I just love it as an opportunity to, like, explore abandoned Tokyo. I just think that is cool as shit. And it's gorgeous. The gameplay is satisfying. I don't remember much of the story. I don't remember it being amazing. Yeah, Ink, the Alpha Crafter, your sister was stolen and is essentially on the brink of death. You're trying to get her back. Yes. There's something about a dude in a mask, if I remember right. Ink, the Alpha Crafter, you seem to know this better than I do. I just tried to press swipe up for a map because I've been playing Stellar Blade, and that is how you do that. Side mission. Where's my main mission? Cursed videotape. Okay, I want to go see about that cursed videotape. But, like, as a AAA game studio owned by Bethesda, like, having a game that is so unabashedly culturally based in Japan, like, that is the kind of a game that is, like, somewhere between sci-fi and fantasy, that isn't quite a first-person shooter. It's not quite a horror game. It's doing its own thing. It's kind of open world, but it's not Ubisoft. Like, dog, stop. Stop. No, honey, no. Dog, I'm trying to... Ladybug, I love you. She just sits down and huffs at me. She goes, and she says, "You're such a goof." Cat, I know, you are fine too. She's a statue. Where's my... Alright, let's do missions. There we go. Maybe I can set a... Follow the trail. Is there a thing to... Follow the trail. Alright, I guess I will go over... I think that's... It's not a... No, that's the videotape, so follow... Unless I'm following... Nope, that's my trail. Pay attention to your dog. Oh, lady is fine. She is a very good dog. She has her moments. I can't go there yet. Side mission. Where's the main mission? Killing me, video game. Maybe that's why I stopped playing. I couldn't find where the main mission was. Alright, no, I guess let's go get the cursed videotape. And Hi-Fi Rush is installing, so we can play some of that soon. But just like, I want people to understand in the video game industry, this kind of shit, like this kind of world, this is years of somebody's life trying to create something that is interesting and unique and different. And then to just say, oh, it didn't reach a fucking bottom line, is so... It is so antithetical to how art should be created and consumed that it drives me up a fucking wall. God damn, this game is beautiful. I forgot how good... A dog. Pet. That's a good boy. Oh. Hell yeah. Alright. I'm gonna read its thoughts now. He's gonna show me a thing. I made a friend! Oh yeah, dude. Thanks, bro. That's a great dog. More games where you can befriend animals. Animal Crossing. I guess that doesn't really count, but Animal Crossing. Red Dead Redemption 2, you befriend horses all over the place. Like, I don't know how much of it's coming through on stream, but like the ambiance, the like just environmental sound work is fucking crazy good. Look at that cat yawn. Like, all of this detail, all of these passionate developers are now out of a fucking job after Microsoft went and bought the company, and last year, they were just saying last year how Hi-Fi Rush was doing great, and it won Best Art Awards at Jeff Keighley's Big Game Awards. Dustin the Dam, thank you very much for the 200 biddies. Good evening. Like, this game is just cool as fuck. Like, everything they did was just so unexpected. Like, everybody was like, okay, they're gonna make Evil Within 3. And they make this. And then they follow this up with Hi-Fi fucking Rush. This game is called Ghostwire Tokyo. God, it still looks so fucking good. Oh, I love a good Tokyo street. Like, damn, son. Come on. Sick. I got a cursed videotape. There's a Jesus statue. Where is... Alright, let me try grappling to a Tengu. Maybe that's what I need to do. It's like, you just don't get this kind of density either in first-person games or in open-world games. I don't know how I'm supposed to get up there. Hello, dog.
Hi, あげる.
Oh, he gave me gold. Thank you, bro. What bro? What a little guy. Oh, goddamn. And it's not like they took a long time either. Like, they were pumping out bangers every 2 years or so? Oh, shit. Alright, so I want to go over really quick to another banger that they did, Hi-Fi Rush. Which, like, how many people here, I know probably everybody's heard of Hi-Fi Rush, but how many people here have actually played it? I forget if there's save slots to this one. Okay, yeah. Alright, so I can do... We will open it up, because this game, oh my gosh, like, you haven't heard or played it. Oh god, like, this again, this was the same studio that made the game we just saw, came out like 2 years later with this, and this game was stealth dropped and announced the same day. Like, nobody knew about it until it came out, and it ended up being one of the best games of last year.
Chai, is it?
Yep.
Profession, rock star?
Future rock star.
Are you done?
Yes.
Whatever. Here's your
God,
project.
the fucking animation's so good.
And welcome to Vandalay. An error has occurred. Please proceed to the checkpoint.
Like, this is exactly the kind of focused single-player experience with great art design. Like, when people say, I want games made with worse graphics, and I'm not kidding, this is the exact kind of game that they should be thinking of. And the studio that made this won awards. Like, find me another AAA studio doing it like this, popping out bangers every 2 or so years like this. You can't.
Please collect your belongings.
Yeah, time to get out of these clothes. Oh, jeez.
Like, everything is so expressive and good and colorful. Fuck, man. Like, you know what? Thank God they never got their hands on Insomniac after Sunset Overdrive.
Robotic arm, LX 75, magnetic waste.
Like, now, Insomniac's never going to get out of the Spider-Man minds, but like...
Foreign object warning. Looks like a defect. Take him in.
Like, now, think of all... If a game like this can win awards, get nothing but good reviews...
I think he's resisting.
Wait, what?
Like, imagine what can happen to Obsidian, or Double Fine, or any of these other legendary fucking studios.
going on? Huh? If I'm getting this right... First, music player in my chest. I'm pretty sure that's not supposed to be there. Second, it's powering up my new robot arm. Third, it's making everything sync up with the beat. And... this sounds ridiculous, but when the music kicks in, it feels like I'm on a stage. Whoa.
Oh yeah, everything throughout the levels are synced up to the music. Like all the level design, what we'll see in a second, but like all the level design moves in beat with the music. Let me see, I can't skip this.
Shy's here, and his attacks sync up with the music. You all want to see it in action? Let's start with a light attack. A one-beat attack that quickly connects combos. Go ahead, try it out. Now try a combo in beat to the music. This will be what perfect timing feels like.
Chillin' into structure, you think I'm cute?
Good enough, I guess.
Good enough.
Your attacks always land on the
Thank
beat.
you very much,
but press
Chillin'
the
into
attack
structure.
button exactly on the beat to give bonuses
Yeah,
in
no,
battle.
it's a rhythm game hack and slash. Oh, did I not mention that? Yeah, this is like Devil May Cry as a rhythm game. Wait until we see Peppermint. Like Peppermint, everybody is gonna friggin'
This one takes 2 beats to land.
love
so
Peppermint.
Listen carefully for the beat in the middle.
I got this.
All right. Now try out a heavy combo in rhythm. This is the kind of timing to aim for. Sure. Not bad for a rookie.
Leo Fee, some person was like, now hear me out, and that's how this game was born. Yeah, like, that's how all good art is made. It's just like weird people having ideas that everybody else thinks are too dumb. Like, that's how Star Wars was made. That's how fucking Spider-Man was made. Like, when Stan Lee went to the editors of Marvel at the time, it was like, hey, what do you think of this guy who shoots webs from his hands? The guys were like, fucking, that's dumb as shit. Like when George Lucas went to producers and was like, hey, I want to make my own like Flash Gordon, but with like Space Samurai, they were like, we aren't gonna fund this.
Well, here we go.
Like people don't seem to get in the people who spend money to get things built don't seem to understand how originality affects. Like, look at everything in the environment is moving to the beat.
Well, that was awesome. I should probably get out of here.
Like, even the trees are kind of vibrating with the beat.
Hello, Big Boss of Production Record here. And what's this I hear about a defect running wild in Record Zone? Anyone sees this kid running around? Record wants you to smash.
Hello there. Can I be of assistance?
What are you?
Vandalay Smartfridge VASF07, but commonly known as Smidge. not. I can analyze. Hey, no. You seem to. Would you like? So it seems I wouldn't attacking. For some people, your attacks always land on. And since it's benefit, pressing the attack button again.
That makes sense.
And if you need even more help, rather than explaining it,
You want?
I can. Now let's try a head. Just like I thought. You can do it.
Wow.
I know everything.
Okay.
Let me know.
That's the defect?
Oh, the cat.
That's
Yes.
Suspicious.
Could be.
Let me give my cat some food. She's meowing at me. Cat.
You looking for me?
Wait, Bratty. Oh, this game looks neat. Sorry, I just got back. Hey, Bratty. How are you doing? How's your day? Oh, shit. Distracting me now. Got bit by a patient. Girl. Why, bit? Are you okay?
Now, what am I supposed to do?
Hey, you all right?
Oh, hell yeah, Peppermint, my girl.
Need a hand?
Oh, that's
Like, again,
Looking to get
somebody
out
at
of here.
Bethesda thought it would be a good idea
Hey, yelling like this is awkward.
to
Can you
not
speed this up?
advertise this at all and just stealth drop it.
I hacked the access
Like,
panel.
if everybody
That's
in
come up.
the chat being like, oh, this game is cool, I didn't know about it. Like, and against all those odds, it still won a ton of awards last year.
Man, Project Armstrong turned out to be a real bummer. I want a cool robot arm. Target on my head.
Like I told the other aides, wasn't the first time I've been bit, won't be the last time. Yeah, but did you tell them the context of those bites? And I hope it wasn't all just patients biting you.
Hello, I'm here. Cat rescuer. You said you'd help out.
You did. Alexandria, thank you very much for following.
Good, you made it. Down here. All right, so I'll keep this quick. I saw you fight back there. I think we might be able to help each other.
I thought...
Security's all over you, which I could help you with.
Stop. Okay, whoa. That was you back there? You're a cat?
Yeah, exactly,
This is
Sporefish.
808. She is a cat, but I built her. Look, like I was saying...
You know, I thought my music robot arm power was crazy, but this is... probably better off by myself.
Dude, listen. Vandelay's up to something, and I said I can help.
Thanks, but I'm good.
Yeah, Sporebeat. Pretty much. Stop. No, do not bite me. Do not nibble. Do you need to go in the kitchen? You're gonna go in the kitchen, dog.
808's not responding. What did you do?
Oh, hold on, did you just feel that? That beat? I think we got something here.
Look who's back. And he's got a
tutorial.
Thanks to 808, Chai's got a new skill up his sleeve. It's a timing-based bonus attack at the end of a combo. On the last hit, watch for the timing circle and press any attack button to land it.
Come on. Yes, I know.
Let's try it out. Ooh. Give it another try.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 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 yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 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 yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ooh, let's
God
try
damn
that
it.
one again.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Aw. Well, thank you for stopping by, Bratty.
Ooh.
You distracted me again. I totally missed it.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There we go.
There it is. Going pro. To land a beat hit, listen to the countdown. Or
So
look for
wet.
the
Oh,
two
sorry.
circles
Okay.
overlapping to nail perfect timing.
It's okay. You're lucky
Try
you're
a beat
cute.
hit with your heavy combo. You're on your own with this one.
Uh-huh. No idea how that auto-corrected. There we go.
This is awesome.
Beat hits are key for doing strong combos and
Duwoda,
damage.
thank you
So
very
don't
much for
forget to
following.
feel
Jen Scarlett, what are
and
you
beat.
humming about?
No, wait, was it? I think we got something going on here. Hey, so offer reconsidered, but I'm gonna borrow your cap for a little bit.
What? Why?
Hey, you wanted to help, right? Don't worry, it's just till I get out of here.
You better not run off with her.
Come on, wait. There we go. Like, come the fuck on. Look.
Bring it on. You ready for more?
Sorry. The one thing about this game is that it's not super easy to stream. Because I'm trying to pay attention to the beat and trying to get my style meter up. If this game was on the Dreamcast, nobody would have stopped talking about it for 20 years. Yeah, no, like, that's something about this, is that this game gives Dreamcasty vibes.
Things aren't so bad after all.
Like, for sure. Like, just the character, the color, the personality.
Like I know. Anyway, your turn. I need to get out of wherever I am.
You're in production, and the only direct exit is through quality assurance. You see it?
So many buildings. It's hard to tell.
It's the one that literally
When I
says
first saw
two-way
this
center.
shown off, though, I thought it would be open world, and
yeah,
I'm glad it's
that
not.
one.
Like, it's a lot more focused
That
and
way
linear
out,
of an
they're probably
experience, but
expecting you, so
You had me at way out. Let's go.
oh yeah, Jen Scarlett, you hopped into Braddy's stream the other night, right?
Isn't gonna get you out of here.
The best solution is the most obvious.
That's wrong and terrible advice. You're wanted. We need to outsmart
Yes,
them.
that's what I thought.
Well, then I'll fight my way out.
Are you an idiot? That's literally the opposite of outsmarting them.
Reminder, to compensate for added Project Armstrong flow, a new day of the week was added. Please note on this additional day of the week, working is mandatory.
Bratty, you're not. No more Overwatch.
I think I found a shortcut.
Yeah, sure.
Whoa, this campus is huge.
No shit.
It's more like a city.
The perks of being the world's leading tech company. Vandalay likes to show off. But I'm looking for what they're hiding.
God damn it.
You like digging up secrets. How about telling me your name?
If it took you this long to ask, you can wait a bit longer.
I'm Chai, by the way.
God damn it.
Chai? All right then.
There we go. Oh, shit.
Wow! A lot of shortcuts around here.
A lot of shortcuts around. I miss playing Overwatch more. I miss... I think I've said it before in here, but I miss when Overwatch was good.
Battery production activated. Don't touch the red lasers. Obviously.
Boom,
Hey,
there we
cool.
go.
What's that?
I wouldn't touch that. Well, you're not dead. That's a plus.
The opposite, actually.
Yeah,
Feels like I'm
man.
powered up.
808 is showing me you've got a lot of energy.
Yeah,
stored
no,
up in your arm. How about
I'm
letting it
pretty...
out?
I usually play hardcore when I play COD, so...
Please don't explode.
When you do want to play... Make sure, well, I mean, we don't have to play hardcore, I guess. Modern Warfare, the modern Call of Duty games, they have crossplay, right? I guess I just thought about that because I assume, I don't know, I just kind of assume most games have crossplay.
Found him! Wrecker wants him wasted, so let's waste him.
Yeah, Freddy, I totally know what you mean. Making content all the time is like, I rarely, like, it's very nice to get a little bit of time where I can do that. But it is not nearly as often as I might like. Especially when, like, in the last 2 weeks I've been playing Stellar Blade kind of nonstop. No, that's not the way to go. Just because I've been trying to finish the bug. Stellar Blade is a long-ass game. Like, not super long, but, like, way longer than I thought it would be. Like, I thought it was like 10 hours. I'm coming up on like 15, 20, I think. Oh, shit. Lady. I hear you. Oh. God damn it. There we go.
Uh-oh. Power's out. Generator looks busted.
Could you fix it? Any tools nearby?
That is okay, Brady. You have a good rest of your night. You got bit today, so, and not in a fun way, but have a good rest of your night. I don't know. Lady's being a little MacGuffin. She's being a little butthead. Oh, okay, I'm gonna try that again. Nope. Little mouse. God damn it. Okay. God damn. My timing is fucked on this. There we go.
Beat goes on.
Like, just look at all of the creativity and the motion in all of the areas. Fuck, man.
Reminder, sick days must be registered 6 months before desired date. Asterisk. Sick days for robotic employees will not be approved.
Sick days for robotic employees. Like, I wanna get to at least the part where I show people peppermint, and then I did the same exact thing again.
Combining those heavy and light attacks for even more combos and beat hits. Now's the time to try it out.
Almost out of here.
Oh, and I think, I wonder if we're gonna get a good boss. I might. No, I think it's just gonna be the goons for a while. cat. Look at this.
Let's go.
Look at, like... Like, everything is so fucking, like, the music, the lyrics kicking in, come on.
Hey, look, exit. Told you this was easy.
That's bait, idiot. They're clearly expecting you.
With what? Nothing I can't handle. See, just like I thought. It's fine.
Fault 3K, no, we do not have a based white excellence screen.
Introducing the head of production, Rico!
Oh no.
There you are, man. Messing with Rekka's crew, Rekka's production. And worst of all, yeah, Rekka's perfect, no defect record!
I didn't think
Your
we fought
security tried to
Rekka
kill
this
me. Project
early.
Armstrong, EULA. Fine print. Should've read it, punk. Defects get recalled.
Recalled? You mean killed?
Rekka ain't picked the verbs. That's for the mooks in marketing. Anyway, thanks for being dumb enough to just waltz in here. Rekka ain't gotta get
Yeah,
her
like,
hand.
see, that's what I'm talking about. This game was so slept on, nobody even, like, noticed the muscle mommy in it.
And our QA's the best in the business. Hell! Whoa!
My favorite boss in every Deus Ex. 9-inch nails, hell yeah.
I like defense.
That's good.
I like how they taste.
Oh, that's bad.
Special level.
That's a great fucking line read. That's good. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's great. Yeah, like, what fucking exec in their right mind looks at this game and is like, yeah, no, let's shut that studio down. Actually, I might need to... Alright. Yeah, I don't wanna... I don't wanna have to... sorry, I gotta reload it. Yeah, no, Fault 3K, go watch my videos on Matt Walsh, or better yet, watch this stream.
See, just
earlier.
like I thought. It's fine. You need to
Where I
relax.
show what a fucking dipshit he is who just makes up everything he says as he goes along without researching anything.
Chai, his hands are extra sensitive for, inspecting.
There's a way to say hit them, but okay.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. There we go.
Time to get serious!
Does that literally say weak point on his forehead?
By design. Speaks for itself. You almost got him!
I can see that!
There we go. Fuck you. Got him.
You got a killer track. But every song's gotta end.
Thank you very much, Jorb. Like, just the style, the color, the fucking everything about this game just whips so goddamn hard. Like, this is the kind of thing that the industry is turning its back on in favor of more fucking Ubisoft slop.
Yeah. But this time, just
Like,
shut up
forever.
and follow me. We really gotta get out of here.
Like, I just feel like
No
we're
complaining
never,
this time.
like, the industry as a whole, and then there's everything going on with streaming is just so disheartening. Like the news that just came out that Hulu and Disney and Max are all gonna get a streaming bundle together. It's just rad.
No. I mean,
Oh, thank you very much. Well,
hey, there are no
Jorb
spiders
on
down here,
YouTube
right?
saying, I've been following you for a while, but that Satanic
spiders?
Temple video shook me to my core. I hope in a good way, if that can be a good thing.
This it?
In here.
God, the animation, like everything about it is so good.
Hello?
And then now we get to meet Peppermint, everybody.
A rope snare? What are you? Cartoon character?
So that's where the magic happens, huh? My name is Peppermint.
Wait, that voice.
Andromeda, see what I'm saying?
808 is my eyes and ears out there. But it looks like she's taken a liking to you.
808.
Wait, okay, she's yours! She's yours!
Get up, slacker. We've got work to do.
So, 808.
I am. Right after you help me look into Spectra. Don't expect you to. This?
So... bad?
Yes.
Small meaning...
Says right. Figures. Look.
Nah.
Horrible if it wasn't for me. Look, if you help me, I'll make sure you get off Vandalay Island.
Fine. Whatever, I guess.
Perfect.
Yeah, she's got a great, all of the characters and side characters, you get a whole crew together, they all have fucking great designs.
Well, now we're...
Luxuries.
By the way...
That's what I'm saying, Carrie. 546 is because the game came out and nobody knew anything about it. Like, it had no build-up, it was a stealth drop. Bethesda, in their fucking marketing genius, decided, oh yeah, we're just gonna drop this game out of nowhere with no build-up and no hype. And so it got a lot of really great press, but it had no build-up. Like, it wasn't like, you think of any other game that has build-up and then it comes out and then it dies off. It got good reviews, but then it just died off. Anyway. Really quick, let's end with a look back at the very first game. The very first game I ever reviewed professionally, as it would happen. The Evil Within 1. One of my favorite, I would say one of my favorite horror games. This is a game that, like, and again, I need to stress the range this studio had. They released 4 games in the span of, what, 14 years? And every one has been completely different stylistically. Yes, Tragic Depths, yeah, we started the stream with my interview with Shinji Mikami. And, my story about meeting him at QuakeCon. I covered the game for Lion Horror and I reviewed it, and I think I gave it a 9.5, 9.75, somewhere around there.
Sorry, detectives. I know you're just coming off a case, but I'm afraid we're gonna have to make a detour.
Sounds serious. Is it a riot?
Like, same studio.
Just before I picked you
Same
up,
studio.
there's multiple homicides.
Yeah, I'll skip through this. God, this game is such a fucking look, too. Like, I know it was kind of clowned on at the time for being, like, really gray and dull, but it has such a fantastic gothic vibe to it.
No weapons left in their cars.
Douda, thank you very much. Of course, Carrie, thank you very much for watching.
Smells like blood.
All right, stay sharp. We're gonna check it out. Don't let anyone else through this door.
I can be an extra set of eyes.
We don't know what's happening here. You're a backup.
No, Jorb, this is not Heavy Rain. This is Evil Within. Yeah, I forgot about the mandatory letterboxing. God, what a crazy fucking choice. And you know what? Hellblade is doing the same thing. I don't know if you can turn it off, but I do know by default Hellblade has mandatory letterboxing, which is just a wild decision. Oh, I should probably change the stream to say I've been playing games. Yeah, let me edit the stream real quick. There we go. Oh god, and the intro to this is so good. If you've never seen the intro to this game,
Can't be real. Impossible. Ruvik is...
I've got him. The security cameras might tell us something.
yeah, I'm pretty sure Banana Brains I saw something about that. I don't think I'm making it up.
What the hell?
Minecraft, so many games make me want to buy a trench coat nowadays. Yeah, I remember thinking this game looked like really grainy and gritty at the time and like not great, but Visually, I think it holds up pretty well. Alright, Andromeda. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a good rest of your night. This is so cute. It's not the word I would use to describe it. I put it in my pocket. I put it in my knife pocket. Barbershop. Oh yeah, and Laura. Laura is such a great design, like monster design. Oh. Like if you don't know about Laura Evil Within, go Google Laura Evil Within. Immaculately directed. Oh. This game has so much goo to it, like just the goop effects. Beautiful. Phoebe RC, good morning. What are you talking about? Good morning. Where are you? Gotta say good morning. Yeah, no, the lighting still looks pretty good. Man. Like, what the fuck is gonna happen to these games now? Oh, Scotland. Well, good morning to you, Phoebe. Yeah, when I played, I think on PS... I think the PS4 version, I think I got to Akumu mode, but I did not... I don't find that kind of gameplay... I find it very frustrating if I have to replay, because, like, as an adult, I don't mind challenge. I do like a good challenge, but I don't want to have to replay large swaths of a game for hours on end. That's not what I'm into it for. Like, I like challenge. I like being thrilled by the gameplay, but, like, nah. Oh! Well, thank you very much, Phoebe. Yeah, I want to at least get to the Resident Evil reference at the very beginning. Which is, I think, only just a couple more minutes in. Because the great thing about The Evil Within is that it's basically a sampler platter of the horror genre. Like, especially if you like Resident Evil, I feel like this was the game that kept Resident Evil alive when it was on life support in a way. Like when Resident Evil 6 was like the future of the franchise before 7 had come out. Like, this was the game that was doing it up in that classic horror style. Or is this CPAC Part 3? Oh, you know, honestly, it wouldn't be too far off. Kurd Neural, oh shit. We watched, or we played most of it on stream, and I never went back to finish it, which was incredibly disheartening for me as a massive fan of Silent Hill. That I did not want to finish it. I thought it was not very good. I thought it was very clumsy and clunky with the subject matter it was trying to portray.
Let him see me.
And also trying to very obviously recreate the success of PT in a way that it just was not up to the task for. Yeah, I am... the current state of Silent Hill kind of breaks my heart because it's one of my, if not my favorite, like, series ever. Okay. I'm running as fast as I can. Fuck. Got him. Hell yeah. Let's go. Fuck. Let's go. Can't even get a fucking smoke. What a track.
Find myself within. Darkness twisting me around.
Like, this studio, of all the studios in this industry, this is the studio. Everything we've seen, all of these 3 entirely different games that all excel at what they're trying to do. And this is the studio that Microsoft looked at and was like, yeah, we can't use them for anything in a first-party lineup. Some of us need to sleep. I wanted to end with the studio's first game. And now I'll also probably never get a goddamn Evil Within 3. Which would have been, like, there's so many directions the story could have gone after, too. And that pisses me off so much, too. No, Minecraft, like, they've bought so many studios in the last couple years. And I think the Blizzard-Activision merger after the Bethesda merger was just, like, they spent way too fucking much, way too quickly. And they just don't have the, like, ability. No, Lee Kestner, I mean, ostensibly they bought them to, like, make games, to have a portfolio like Sony does, because all they had was, you know, they had the people who made Halo, they had the people who made Gears, but like Sony has Naughty Dog and Insomniac and like all these other big AAA studios. Yeah, no, also Thumb Warrior, Blizzard is straight up not good value if they're going to keep running it the same way. Yeah, like Activision Blizzard, like, they have a massive stable of IP now, but who's going to fucking make it? Like, they technically own, like, Spyro and Crash and shit. They're not going to make a Spyro or a Crash game. Are you kidding? They're cutting stuff off like this. Great. Resident Evil-esque camera angle for a second here.
Hello?
Kitten, you
Anybody
do need
there?
sleep. No, they don't have Bungie. Bungie's working, I was gonna say Bungie's working pro bono, but Bungie's working independently now. They're self-publishing, I believe.
Is everyone else all right? The city.
Whatever are you talking about? You are the only soul here. Right now.
A hospital?
This place is necessary for you. You're always welcome here.
I've been hospitalized?
I'm afraid I cannot answer that. Please, sign in here, without signing in. There's no way to ensure your future memories. This way, please.
Smells like medicine.
You are all right. Please, relax.
Hey, TGK the boss.
Please.
What the hell?
You mustn't fight it. This is for your own good.
No. Stop.
There now. You see? All better.
Yeah, sorry TGK. We've been going for 5 hours and wanted to give one last sign off to some of Tango Gameworks, one of my favorite game developers that was just shut down by Microsoft.
I'll be waiting.
I want to get to the Resident Evil reference though. I think that's pretty soon here.
Shit. What the hell is going on? Where am I? Kidman, where are you? Connolly!
Oh, that's so good. Like the ambiance and the music and like not the music, but the I mean, carry 5, 4, 6, 7, 8. Like, I feel like the amount of layoffs that have hit the game industry, there are now, I would say thousands, if not hundreds, certainly thousands of game devs out of work. Like, people who have been in the industry for years. Like, it is a ridiculous idea that anybody would try and break into the industry at this point. Because, like, even the people who work here can't keep a fucking job. Yeah, like, Postal Overkill, there's not going to be, like, internal conversations were being had. It was just revealed today. Internal conversations were being had over a Hi-Fi Rush 2. Like, who knows if we'll ever see another Dishonored. Like, because fucking Arcane is working on Blade now. So they're another studio that is just, like, Arcane is working on Blade, Machine Games is working on Indiana Jones. As two of the biggest and best studios out there working on Disney, fucking, like, not saying that they look bad, but working on Disney tie-in fucking shit.
My God, Connolly.
As in Wesley Snipes Blade. As in the Marvel character Blade, but yeah. Sorios 21.
Hurts!
Whoa. Were you warning me about this? You are Leslie, right? I'm a police officer. Maybe I should help you.
Should help you.
Shit. How am I gonna get you to a hospital?
How long has it been, TGK the boss? How long has it been since we saw a new IP from the games industry? I mean, like, we see new IP all the time.
What the fuck?
It's how much it's actually doing something new is the question. Like, Stellar Blade just came out. Stellar Blade's a new IP, but Stellar Blade is also, like, it plays literally exactly in the same format as the Jedi Fallen Order games. You know, and like, largely those games are, like, regurgitated from Souls stuff. So, like, they are not bringing anything new to the table. Whereas, something like Ghostwire, which was from Tango, and Hi-Fi Rush, like I was talking about, but Tango, 3 of their 4 games, all fucking new IP at the time. Again, the fact is that new IP doesn't do, unless it has a massive amount of hype behind it, like Cyberpunk, new IP for video games doesn't do well. Or doesn't do as well as known quantities. It's the Netflix problem, where Netflix doesn't want to invest more than 3 seasons in a show. Because if it doesn't take off by season 2 or 3, then they're like, okay, well, this isn't going to keep getting viewers. This isn't going to keep going. Hi, Mink. Yeah, exactly. Dark Excalibur 42. Like, they want a known quantity. They want to be able to bet and have their, like, portfolios, and they want it to be when the third quarter, the fiscal quarter ends, they want to have something they can depend on to say, like, oh yeah, revenues will be up, and they can send that to the shareholders, and everybody gets their fucking holiday bonuses. Oh, Eggs and Vodka, the soundtrack for Stellar Blade is bonkers good. Oh yeah, and like Cyberpunk isn't by any stretch a new IP. Because you know, it's a very popular tabletop game, but as it applies to video games, it was a new IP at that time. Yeah, and this year, goddamn, this year would have been the 10th anniversary of this game. They didn't even last 10 years after their first game. 10 years. Yeah, 10 years since I had joined the game industry. Since I had officially, like, started doing it professionally. I mean, Amelia, all of that is tied into this shit. Like, the reasons have microtransactions, all these games have fucking microtransactions, is the same reason why, like, let me put it like this. At some level, people who are laid off, especially now that it's all under one roof, the people who are being laid off right now, some of them might go to work on Call of Duty games somewhere. And they are going to be working on the shit that becomes microtransactions. Or they're going to be working on map packs, or they're going to be working on Warzone, or some shit. And it is so deeply, deeply depressing to think of all the good art that we're missing out on for Like, think of all the amazing fucking studios, legendary studios that have made amazing stuff. Raven Software has been mostly just fucking doing Call of Duty DLC and add-ons for years. Fucking Toys for Bob, Neversoft, the people who made Guitar Hero. Like, it's just fucking... Like, and I hope, and here's the painful thing, is that I hope Bobby Kotick, like, Bobby Kotick's out of the industry, but I hope fucking, like, all of these rich people, these assholes at the top, are not going to pay for it with their jobs. Like, they're just not. Like, Phil Spencer is insulated from having to pay for his shitty business decisions. It's people down at the bottom, the people who get into gaming for the love of wanting to craft something unique, wanting to make a world for somebody to explore and bring a new experience to players, that end up like fucking Tango. And I'm so tired of it. I hate it so much. Boxing Cat, thank you very much for subscribing. Hello everyone, hope you're all having a good night. We are. Sorry to be a downer. Let's go say hi to Jack. They're doing stuff over there. They're talking about, looks like they're talking about things. They're talking about Israel and Palestine. So hop in the stream chat. We're gonna go over there, say hi. I need to go get some food. Rest in peace, Tango Gameworks. Gone but never forgotten. And thank you all so much for a wonderful, wonderful stream.